Nearly 2 months after the opening round of the 2020 Daniel Ricciardo Series, round 2 takes place here at Pigeon Raceway in Dorset. It's a lovely Indian summer's day, and we're now into a stretch of 3 races within the space of just over a month to decide the 2020 Series champions. Now in DRS 62, Josh Turnbull took the opening round win at Rissington, and he heads a grid of nearly 24 cadet drivers, all looking to make their mark here at this very short, very fast and very flowing clay pigeon circuit. In DRS 100, championship leader Thomas Harvey is looking to make it 2 wins out of 2. But Alicia Palmowski, runner-up at Rissington last time out, who celebrates her 14th birthday this weekend, is going to look to try and close the gap and maybe become the first female racer to ever win a championship in the DRS series. Into DS 125, the senior drivers, and defending champion Sam Faulkner is back after missing Rissington. However, Matthew Pearce has taken an early season lead after a win in the Cotswolds, and he'll be looking to try and increase that, as Sam Faulkner knows that he cannot afford another bad round. 3 out of 4 rounds decides the championship. Sam's missed one, so every single point counts for Sam here on in. Don't forget, there are plenty of other drivers all looking to make their mark as well. And you can catch every single lap of the racing here at Clay Pigeon today, courtesy of our partners at Alpha Live. Let's go racing. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Clay Pigeon Raceway. 815 metres of absolutely classic UK kart circuit, and the Daniel Ricciardo Series, we're into round 2 of the 2020 championship. My name's Henry Baudet, and courtesy and along with our partners at Alpha Live, be prepared for every lap of every race that's going to take place here on this very fast, very rhythmical flowing circuit. As you can see in the paddock, a lot of modifications have taken place over the last couple of years, but still some of the most well-known names in British kart racing both have started here. Lando Norris from nearby Glastonbury and Jenson Button from Frome in Somerset, to name but 2 drivers who began their career here at this 815-metre circuit. It's the shortest track that the DRS series will visit all year, and we have, well, 60 drivers in total ready to tackle this famous circuit, which has been hosting kart racing since 1963. So it is a very well known part of the British karting firmament, and here is what we have lined up for you today. We're going to get started with DRS 62 qualifying in about 5 minutes time. So each one of the classes here, the DRS 62 for the youngest drivers, DRS 100 for the junior drivers, and DRS 125 the senior drivers, each one of those classes will get a 10-minute qualifying session, and then at just past midday local time we'll be into the start of the heat races. Each driver gets a 8-minute plus 1 lap heat race. Then we'll have a lunch break before we're into the pre-finals. Now, the pre-finals are also 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And then the grand finals this afternoon, starting at about 2:45 local time. That will be 10 minutes plus a lap for the DRS 62 classes, and 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the DRS 100 and 125 drivers. So a good schedule of racing set up today. All drivers will be out on track 4 times. We've already had a full day of testing here at Clay Pigeon, and our morning warm-up is also complete. A big thank you to everybody at the Daniel Ricciardo Series for putting this event on, but our patron himself, he's had a few words for the drivers too.
Hey boys and girls, competing in the DRS this weekend. Just want to say, have fun, have a good one. It's awesome that you're able to go racing again. I know there's a few months off, but yeah, really excited for you, so go out there and have a good one.
So there we are, fresh from a 4th place finish in last weekend's Tuscan Grand Prix at Mugello. Daniel Ricciardo taking some time out just to wish all his competitors a successful day of racing here today. While saying a big thank you to all the officials, Series Director Andy Cox and Championship Coordinator Jay Moore, especially for ensuring that this event can go off safely. Now, the paddock obviously looks a lot different, as does everything in 2020. All the drivers and their sort of nominated parents and mechanics have got to be in the full face masks all day, everywhere in the paddock. There are members of the local Clay Pigeon Kart Club here that are ensuring that the social distancing is maintained in the restaurant area, the toilet area, the shop area. So everybody is abiding by the rules. There is our first look at the dummy grid here at Clay Pigeon. And on the left-hand side of your screen, that will be Series Director Andy Cox, just making sure that all the DRS 62 drivers are there ready to go. Now, we've got 26 drivers on the entry list. I think that we may have had one no-show. But in the foreground, we've got Jack Robinson there in kart number 129. He's one of our rookie drivers. Now, again, for those of you new to the Daniel Ricciardo series, and indeed to our Alpha Live coverage of this championship in general, I'll break it down to you one time. And the drivers are split into, well, they're all in the same race, but the drivers with the yellow plates and the black numbers, they're drivers in at least their second full season of racing here in the DRS series. Drivers with the black plates and white numbers, they are championship rookies. So it's their first full season, and not necessarily a first full season in karting. It's a first full season in this championship. And driver number 129, Jack Robinson, currently 4th in the championship standings after the opening round at Little Rissington. He is the leading rookie in the series at the moment. The driver to the right of him is, well, at the right of him, as you look at it on your screens, that is number 121, Connor Scarisbrick. And Connor, who finished 2nd in the final at Rissington, he sits 3rd in the overall championship standings at the moment. Our championship leader is driver number 7, Joshua Turnbull, who is the 3rd kart back there on the right-hand side of your screen, and he can hear himself on the loudspeaker. Give us a wave, Josh. You're the championship leader. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, watching back home. Now, he won the final at Rissington, leads the championship. 2nd in the final at Rissington was number 121, Connor Scarisbrick. He's 3rd in the standings behind driver number 4, Jamie Gurney. Gurney, who finished 3rd in the final at Rissington, but of course each one of these drivers collates points based on their, not only their qualifying effort, but their heat finals, their pre-final points as well. So they're looking for championship points every single time they head out onto the circuit. And so the championship top 5 at the moment would be Turnbull in kart number 7, Gurney in kart number 4, then it's Scarisbrick in kart number 121. 4th in the championship standings, like I said, is the number 129 kart of Jack Robinson. He is the leading rookie in the standings. 5th in the points is number 3, Archie Heron. Archie was unlucky to get involved in an incident in the grand final at Rissington. Only finished 18th on the road, but he gained enough points during the heat races to mean that he is up into 5th position in the outright championship standings. 6th in the championship is number 8, Sherry Ann Powell. And I certainly hope that Sherry has got her kart fixed yesterday, because she had an incident in the last practice session of the day yesterday, which resulted in her kart coming off the track doing a very good impression of a banana. So there was some serious chassis straightening going on last night to make sure that Sherry's kart is okay for today. 7th in the championship is Jacob Ashcroft. Now, he's not here this weekend, so Jamie Scott in kart number 6. He's 8th in the point standings. 9th in the point standings is driver number 119, the 2nd of our rookies, Archie Pitts-Drake. And rounding out the top 10 in the points table after the opening round at Little Rissington is rookie driver number 127, Harry Bartle. But the engines have been fired out on the dummy grid, and the green flag waves. Out we go for 10 minutes of qualifying in DRS 62. Let's take you on a quick lap around this classic circuit. So from the exit of the dummy grid, you go out onto the pit straight, which is not straight at all, into this corner, Billy's Blind. One of those famous corners in all of British kart racing, a double apex, very fast right-hander into the S's, that right-left S's out onto Sturmey Straight, which you're looking at on our screens now. Down Sturmey Straight into the hairpin at turn number 4. Out of the hairpin, you come up a very short little chute into the horseshoe. A double apex left-hander. You can see the karts coming out of there now on your screens. Through turn number 6 and then into top bend, which you can see now. The entrance to the pit lane is on the right-hand side of your screen. So they come out of top bend, back downhill ever so slightly onto the pit straight towards Billy's Blind. So 850 metres. Now, I've driven this track many times back a long time ago, in the last century, in fact, in the 1990s, and there is no track in the UK which has a rhythm to it like Clay Pigeon. Every corner just rolls into another on what is a very sunny day here. The temperature is due to pick up significantly this afternoon. There's not a cloud in the sky. We are near the town of Yeovil in Dorset in England. So it's the most southerly stop of the DRS series this year. So you had Rissington in the Cotswolds, Clay Pigeon now in Dorset. In a couple of weeks' time, we'll be going up to Shenington near Banbury in Oxfordshire for round 3, and we'll be finishing the championship at Whilton Mill in Daventry at the end of October. So after a sort of a delayed start to the season through the COVID situation, we then had our opening round at Rissington in July, a 2-month gap, and now 3 races in just about a month's time to decide the 2020 Daniel Ricciardo Series champions. But we'll get them all a chance, give the drivers a chance to get their warm-up lap out of the way, and then we will be in to the real fast lappery. At the moment, the first driver to show their speed is driver number 4. Someone does a little brief spin down there at Billy's Blind, but it's Jamie Gurney, a lap time of 40.662 seconds. He leads the way at the moment. Josh Turnbull second at 40.993. So 7 minutes to go. Now the drivers are going to be into their rhythm. It's Gurney. Jack Robinson goes second fastest at 40.775. That is in cart number 129. Then it's Connor Scarisbrick, Josh Turnbull, Archie Heron, your top 5. Jasmine Taylor in cart number 106 is up into 6th position. As you can see, the number 7 cart of Turnbull making a move to the inside. Now, drivers in qualifying, they'll want to not battle side by side. They'll want to try and do their best to sort of run nose to tail, get a slipstream in a draft. Of course, Clay Pigeon is renowned for, you know, because it's such a fast-flowing circuit, you can get a real tow and a real slipstream around here. Through the S's they go. Number 4 making a move to the inside there. That would be Jamie Gurney. Now, he wants to try and get on the rear bumper of Josh Turnbull, so he's getting the number 63 cart of George Barker out of the way. He wants to be able to just follow Gurney around. As you see, all the rookies on the black plates. There's a good number of rookies here. In fact, over half the field, the championship rookies. Yeah, but there is on your screens the number 3 cart, I believe, at Archie Heron, the blue race suit going, no, that's number 4 cart, sorry, Jamie Gurney in the blue race suit. He is, at the moment, second fastest. Robinson has gone quickest of all in cart number 129. And there's Archie Heron tucking in behind Jamie Gurney as they go off to the hairpin. And Jack Robinson, cart number 129, 40.606 seconds. Gurney is second at 40.662 in cart number 4. Then it's the number 121 cart of Scarisbrick in cart number 121, 40.694. Turnbull in cart 8 has done a 40.865. Ollie Morrish is 5th in cart number 113 with a time of 41.019. Then it's Archie Heron 6th. George Barker is 7th fastest. Harry Barker is 8th. Jasmine Taylor 9th. And James Roberts rounding out the top 10. 25 drivers in total on track. So we did have one driver that sadly failed to turn up. I'm not quite sure who that is. Good welcome back to the championship for Jamie Warner in cart number 101. He missed at Rissington and is here now. So it is 4.5 minutes to go, so just over half distance. There is your pole sitter flashing through the screen, coming out of top bend now, number 129. And that is Jack Robinson again, very impressive. But look at the 3, possibly say the 3 most experienced drivers in the class. The number 7 of Turnbull, the number 4 of Gurney and number 3 of Heron. All trying to work together to get that slipstream. They come down towards into the horseshoe now. You can see Gurney right up behind Turnbull. All the drivers on identical carts, well, same chassis, same engine package. It's all down to driver skill. Number 3, Archie Heron, is about 5 or 6 kart lengths behind them. But you can see now the 4 kart will get a real slip from you. Push the number 7 along. So number 7, Turnbull, is doing all the hard work there, and the number 4 kart of Gurney is, you know, just really getting all the benefits of being in the slipstream and the draft. Into the top bend they go. It's still Robinson in kart number 1, 2, 9, who is fastest, but he hasn't improved his time the last few laps. We'll try and find out where Robinson is on circuit. And I think that focusing on this battle on track, well, this battle, it's these two drivers, the championship leader, number 7, Turnbull, and the number 4 of Gurney, who runs second in the championship. So the championship top 2, and good to see a few people chiming in already on the live stream comments. So we've got Nicky Taylor, one of our DRS 100 drivers, who's not here this weekend. And Nicky Taylor was, I believe, second in the point standings. But again, 3 out of 4 rounds count, so drivers can drop around. So hopefully we'll see Nicky back at the next round at Shenington. Of course, all the members of the Daniel Ricciardo Series family are having their own issues to deal with in terms of there's certain COVID-related restrictions at different parts of the country which can prevent drivers from attending these races. So we're just battling on as best we can, and a big credit to all the drivers and their families for continuing to support us. We're into the final 2 minutes now of this session. Still Robinson leads. It's Robinson from Gurney from Scarisbrick, the top 3. Turnbull is 4th fastest, Heron is 5th, Sherry-Ann Powell 6th, then Ollie Morris 7th, George Barker in 8th, Harry Bartle 9th, and Jamie Scott rounding out the top 10. Jasmine Taylor is 11th fastest, followed by James Roberts, Rory Armstrong, Eddie Stewart, Ewan Scott, Finley Lines, Thomas Min-Spearing, and Adam Bourne. Then rounding out the top 20 is Jackson Lane and Maximilian Reed. And looking down at the times, well, Maximilian Reed in 20th place. He's at a 41.6, so 1 second separating the top 20 at the moment, as the provisional pole sitter is number 129, a rookie now, Jack Robinson. He was fantastic in qualifying at Rissington as well. So obviously the rookie driver, a bit of a qualifying specialist. There he goes through the S's down towards the horseshoe, and number 129 there with a plain white crash helmet. He's using the slipstream of, I think that is the 25th. And 42.6 for Archie Cole. So 2 seconds separating the entire field there as we look at the empty Clay Pigeon Raceway now. The drivers coming into the pits at the top of the screen. And the next event out on circuit will be DRS 100 timed qualifying. And that will start in approximately 9 minutes' time. So there is a view down of the dummy grid here in DRS 100. Now, number 4, the driver at the forefront of your screen there, Thomas Harvey. He was the winner last time out at Rissington, and he leads the championship standings at the moment. Now, Nicky Taylor was second in the championship. He is not here today. The third place driver in the point standings is the kart number 139 of Scott Goldsby. And I think you can see Scott maybe in that Monza race suit getting into his kart now. He is third in the point standings, fourth in the point standings, having taken her maiden DRS Series podium with a runner-up finish in the final at Rissington is driver number 9, Alicia Palmowski. And I'm sure Alicia won't mind me telling the entire paddock that it's her birthday tomorrow, and that she did ask that could all the drivers just kindly move out of her way so she can have a nice easy win today to celebrate her 14th birthday tomorrow. I somehow don't think that's going to happen. I think she might have to work for that. But Alicia is in kart number 9, 4th in the point standings. Dylan Briley in kart number 101 is 5th in the championship after the opening round of the series. And other drivers that are here, 7th in the championship is Cody Eustace. Now, a big get well soon to the driver who is 6th in the point standing at the moment, Vijay Ramlal, who is not here with us. Now, I'm not quite sure if he fell over or he fell off something, like a skateboard or a scooter or some sort of implement, and did his legs no good whatsoever. So Vijay Ramlal is nursing some injuries back home at the moment. So to Vijay and his family, a big get well soon to him. Of course, his absence does open the door for other drivers to move up in the point standings. Cody Eustace in kart number 134 is 7th in the points. And then we have 9th in the points is Ben Gartside in kart number 130. Rounding out the top 10 in the championship is a driver that I haven't written down because they're not here. So we have Freddie Cox is in kart number 144, is 11th in the standings. Millie Hart is the leading rookie in the championship, and that is in kart, and she is in 147. Daniel Sabula is 8th in the point standings in kart number 135, so he is sitting there directly behind Thomas Harvey on the dummy grid. Who else can we see on there? Well, in number 147, that's Millie Hart. So already you can see that the championship leader, Thomas Harvey, has got Daniel Sabula, who was fastest of all in practice yesterday, directly behind him. And then the leading rookie and a top 5 overall in practice yesterday for number 147, Millie Hart. So they're going to try and work together. Scott Goldsby is, I believe, directly behind Millie Hart. And on the very left-hand side of your screen, you can see the number 144 kart of Freddie Cox. Freddie, like several of the drivers in this division, moving out of DRS 62. It's their first season in the DRS 100 class. I'm looking down at it, see it's Ali Hussein in kart number 79. He is in his first season as a DRS 100 driver. So is Sabula in kart 135. So is Daniel Weir in kart number 142. Aaron Mensah in kart 146. And Freddie Cox in kart 144. They are the graduate drivers. There's no special championship for the graduates. It's just nice to know who is in their very first season. Now, on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see kart number 138, Henry Foote. Henry, 19th in the championship standings, didn't start the final at Rissington, so he'll be hoping for a much better, cleaner run through things today. And on the very forefront of the screen, you can see the race director, Matt Daniels, there, who is in charge of all things on the circuit, making sure the drivers abide by all the Motorsport UK racing regulations. Chatting with Championship Director Andy Cox. You can see some of the DRS 62 drivers in the background. Now, they would have come into the pit lane, gone through the weigh station, and any sort of scrutineering checks that need to be done, and then they are heading back to their awning area. Now, of course, the difference between the Daniel Ricciardo series and lots of other championships is there are no teams allowed. It's, it's one mechanic only per kart, and you've all got to be in your own little family bubble. So that is the way that the DRS series works. There's no big awnings. Obviously, the Daniel Ricciardo series themselves has their own awning where they help certain drivers out, or they give their drivers awning space and technical help as a form of one mechanic. But no, there aren't any other big team awnings in the paddock. You can see in the background there, lots of just camper vans and easy up awnings coming off the side of them, and that is what makes the DRS paddock very friendly and together paddock. You'll see a lot of people helping each other out to make sure they all get to race. There's Daniel Sabula just having a quick word with Andy Cox. And there is the number 79 kart of Ali Hussein, the second kart on the right-hand side of your screens. And behind Ali, it looks like the number 146 kart of Aaron Mensah. And is that you, Aaron? Say hello. In kart number 146 with the white crash helmet. Oh, he's not listening. He's focusing on the task in hand. Now, of course, this broadcast going out not only to all the supporters on the Alpha live stream, but also in the paddock here at Clay Pigeon as well. Now, this circuit opened in 1963. Originally, this was a disused Second World War military hospital site. And the original karts club, now this will take you back a little way, the Blandford karting club, which was then replaced by the Bath karting club, and then in the 70s, the 1970s, the Clay Pigeon Kart Club was formed and has continued to organise meetings here ever since. Of course, the one driver, one family there, the Rennison family, renowned in British karting, familiar, well, they're associated with this club, and they are the spearhead the efforts here at the circuit and racing here in general. We're very grateful for their support this weekend. We have approximately 2 minutes to go before the start of DRS 100 qualifying. 21 drivers in total. Some newcomers to the championship, so a big welcome to Daniela Sutton. This is Daniela's first DRS race. A big welcome back to Owen Johns and Jake Robinson making his debut this weekend, as well as a return to the number 103 kart of Bryn Calder. So again, drivers that weren't able to race at Rissington or had not yet joined the championship are now here. So we're keeping an eye out for those. We've got five rookie drivers: Millie Hart, Tuscany Groves, Daniela Sutton, Sam Haller-Hinksman, and Jake Robinson. And of course, the battle to be the best rookie will be just as fierce as the battle for overall honours, although judging by the pace shown by Millie Hart and Sam Haller-Hinksman yesterday, who were both in the top 5 when the practice finished, could be very, very exciting indeed. And will we see a rookie on the podium this weekend? There is our grid marshal, Megan, in the foreground there. And you can see that all the officials are wearing masks. Everybody in the paddock has to keep either a crash helmet on if they are a driver, or a mask on if they're an official. And the whistle blows. Out we come onto the circuit for 10 minutes. Out on their sort of their rolling lap, their warm-up lap to get some heat into the tyres. There's the view round top bend, which leads the drivers on to the start-finish straight. So we're into Billy's blind. Now we're looking for the championship leader is driver number 4, Thomas Harvey. Thomas's nearest rivals in the championship, number 139, Scott Goldsby, and number 9, Alicia Palmowski. There is the number 138 kart flashing through your screen, and that's Henry Foote. And there is the number 130 kart of Ben Gartside. There on your screen. Number 4, Thomas Harvey, goes on to what will be his first real flying lap. through the S's. You're watching some of the other contenders come across the start-finish line, but Harvey at the moment, well, his first flying lap was a 36.714. And yesterday, Daniel Sabula did a 35.7 in the last practice session, so I expect the pace to pick up quite a lot, as you can see coming out of it's the exit of Sturmey Straight, and the entrance to the hairpin on your screens. So we'll let the rest of the drivers well, see that so I can see Nicky Taylor as watching back home. He is racing elsewhere this weekend. He's going to be back at Shenington. And also, we haven't got to the 125 class yet, but we're missing Championship veteran Morgan Cole this weekend. I'm sure that Morgan is up in the People's Republic of Thailand, Weir, which obviously has got some lockdown restrictions on it at the moment, so we're very unfortunate that we're missing several drivers from different points of the country that are in different phases of lockdown. And down in my neck of the woods, in South Wales Riviera, now I'm obviously in Barry, which is safe at the moment, but just up the road, well, just up the hill, up the mountain from Barry, in Caerphilly and Rhondda and Taff, we've got a total lockdown up there. And our chief timekeeper, Sam Taylor, who hails from that neck of the woods, has had to get special dispensation both from the Championship and Motorsport UK to have some various letters written, just in case when he goes back home this evening, he gets stopped by the COVID police. You know, why are you out your house? Oh, well, I had to do some timekeeping at Clay Pigeon for some karting I did. That's exactly what Sam sounds like. So, for those of you that are part of the Daniel Ricciardo Series family, watching this from back home because you're not allowed to come and play, a big hello to you all, and we'll hope to see you back at Shenington. It's all down to whether everyone behaves themselves. We're all behaving ourselves here at Clay Pigeon. Last time I saw this amount of masks in one place was that time I walked into that shop. Well, I can't talk about that shop, it's a family show. Anyway, but on track, it's Thomas Harvey leading the way. 35.77 seconds for drive number 4. Championship leader Thomas Harvey, but hot on his heels with a time of 35.989 seconds is number 135 Daniel Sabula. Alicia Palmowski is third fastest at 36.073. Then it is Dylan Brierley in fourth place. Scott Goldsby is fifth. Ben Gartside sixth fastest. Daniel Holdsworth is seventh fastest. Leading rookie at the moment, 8th overall, driver number 140, Sam Haller-Hinksman. Sam is at a 36.378, so he's just over halfway, 0.6 of a second off the ultimate pace at the moment. Oscar Walmsley-Jones, a good start to the qualifying session for number 128 Walmsley-Jones. Aaron Mensah is next. Cody Eustace is 11th. Ali Hussein is 12th. Millie Hart 13th fastest, then Freddie Cox 14th, Bryn Calder 15th, Henry Foote in 16th. There on your screens now is driver number 9, Alicia Palmowski, coming out of the hairpin into the horseshoe. Palmowski at the moment, third fastest. Just past the halfway point now of the session. And now Palmowski comes down the Sturmey Straight, but she looks over her shoulder. I think she's backed out of this lap. She's on her own, so she wants to try and find somebody who is also up near the sharp end of the grid so she can chase and slipstream with. Thomas Harvey has lowered his best time to a 35.740. Sabula has done a 35.80 and is now within 700ths of a second of provisional pole. Here comes Harvey onto the start-finish straight. Down towards Billy's blind. Now Harvey is on his own. He's not using a slipstream or anything like that. He's not drafting with anybody. He comes out of the S's onto Sturmey Straight, trying to see who that driver is directly behind Harvey. It is Palmowski. So Anna Palmowski is, now he's Anna letting the number 135 cart go. So the next cart directly behind the cart you're watching on screen is the number 135 of Daniel Sabula. So Harvey at the moment is fastest. Sabula there is second fastest. And Palmowski behind Sabula is fourth fastest. Dylan Briley goes into the top three with a time of 35.962. Three minutes to go. There goes Harvey across the line down towards Billy's. Around Billy's blind. You can see what makes that corner so challenging is that you're coming downhill. You've got a fast left-hander with a bit of camber on it that sort of tries to throw the cart across to the right-hand side of the circuit, just as you need to be on the left-hand side of the track for that first of two right-hand apexes. And of course, beyond the corner, there's just very, very little runoff before you hit the tyre barriers. I have been in those tyres at the end of Billy's blind myself, and I can tell you it's no fun whatsoever. However, when you do get that corner correct, it's a very, very satisfying feeling, and it really does set you up for a good run through the S's and out onto Stirling Straight. And then one part of the circuit just flows into the other perfectly here at Clay Pigeon. There coming through the screen is the number 135 cart of Sabula, who is still second, 700ths of a second behind. So Harvey has gone even quicker, 35.732. He has improved his best time. Sabula just under 800ths of a second off the pace in second place. Briley is third, Palmowski still fourth. Briley is at a 35.962 in cart number 101. Trying to have a little look to see where Briley is on circuit now. Sabula has pitted with 90 seconds to go. Palmowski is now charging it behind Thomas Harvey to try and get a late slipstream off the number 4 cart. Sabula has sort of been doing his own thing and minding his own business in cart number 101. Ben Gartside is 5th fastest. Scott Goldsby is 6th. Oscar Walmsley-Jones 7th. Top rookie Millie Hart up at 8th place now in cart number 147. Sam Haller-Hinksman is 9th, so the two leading rookies, they were inseparable in practice yesterday. They're 8th and 9th in qualifying so far today. Excellent performance. Rounding out the top 10 is number 132 Daniel Holdsworth. Then it's Ali Hussein, Henry Foote, Freddie Cox, Aaron Mensah, Cody Eustace, Bryn Calder, Owen Johns and Daniel Weir is next up. 45 seconds to go. So 25 seconds to go. There is number 101. There is Dylan Briley coming out of the hairpin into the horseshoe, followed by the number 144 cart of Daniela Sutton. So, no, that's Freddie Cox, sorry. Daniela Sutton is in cart number 143. We'll try and pick her up a little bit later on as she's making her DRS series debut. But there is number 101 cart, Dylan Briley coming out of Billy's blind through the S's. There gives you a great idea, great camera up there of just how one corner leads into another, and you've got to have, you know, it's all about momentum. This circuit is. There's a lot of camber that you're not seeing. The cameras just can't pick up, you know, especially, you know, through the hairpin at the end of Stirling Straight, which sort of shoots you out onto the short run into the horseshoe, and then there's the start-finish straight, which, as you can see, is anything but straight. But of course, you know, overtaking opportunities are plenty here at Clay Pigeon. But as the checkered flag falls, it is Thomas Harvey with a time of 35.732 seconds who leads the way. Daniel Sabula second at 35.809. Dylan Briley at 35.962. And then it is Alicia Palmowski fourth, 36.070. Ben Gartside is fifth. Scott Goldsby 6th, Daniel Holdsworth 7th, Oscar Walmsley-Jones in 8th, Millie Hart 9th, and Sam Haller-Hinksman 10th. So Oscar Walmsley-Jones puts in a very good lap there at the end, as does Scott Goldsby. In fact, Scott Goldsby's very last lap was his best lap at 36.113 to move him into 6th position. Two rookies in the top 10 with Millie Hart and Sam Haller-Hinksman Just outside the top 10, we've got Ali Hussein in 11th, Henry Foote 12th fastest, Freddie Cox 13th, Aaron Mensah is 14th fastest, followed by Cody Eustace, Bryn Calder, Owen Johns, Daniel Weir, Jake Robinson, Daniela Sutton and Tuscany Groves. You can see that Jake Robinson and Daniela Sutton both making their seasonal debuts. Very well done up in the pack there. In 19th and 20th position, just ahead of Tuscany Groves, and I have to say that Tuscany, that is a very, very strong performance from Tuscany. Even though she's 21st, she's a lot closer to the rest of the field than she was at Rissington. And Owen Johns as well. Owen Johns made his debut here last year. The only time he's ever done any real karting outside of indoor karting. And it's good to see Owen 17th fastest, and that is going to be a brilliant achievement. He's 1.1 seconds off provisional pole position. Last year he was, 3.5, 4 seconds off provision off the pace. Now he's done a lot of hard work. He's dropped a lot of weight over the winter, and he is right on the pace of the rest of the pack. So that is DRS 100 time qualifying in the books. DRS 125 qualifying will be up next. That is due to start at 11:45, so in about 7 minutes' time. So let's have a look at the contenders in DRS 125. Well, that's Ty Stansfield's kart at the forefront of your screen, driver number 3. Now, at Rissington, Matthew Pearce won the final. He was followed by Patrick Lay and Tom Snape. 4th was Ty Stansfield in the final. And then we've got several drivers who were at Rissington that sadly couldn't be here this weekend, including the aforementioned Morgan Cole. But even though that Morgan and his dad Bod are having to quarantine themselves up in the People's Republic of Thailand, Weir, I have heard rumours that they did have to open a corner shop and sell Bod all their bottles of Nuki Brown just so we could watch the DRS series today. So there will be a nationwide shortage of Newcastle Brown Ale for the next 4 months at least, after Bod has enjoyed himself watching the racing today. And again, we talk about the DRS family, and because of the nature of this, a lot of the drivers, their families, their parents, they get on very well. They're all saying good. They're on the chat saying, they're wishing various of their rivals good luck. So that's unique. So I mean, there are lots of friends in the paddock. Here is the weather forecast. So. In true BBC meteorological service, actually, it's 18 degrees here at the moment, a slight northeasterly breeze, which is it's certainly a bit colder than it was yesterday, but by this afternoon we're going to be up to a balmy 22 degrees Celsius, ladies and gentlemen. Now, normally you can see the weather station, or that you can see behind that metal sort of contraption behind the paddock there. You can see that's one of the weather stations here, because we're in the downs of Dorset here. And the general rule at Clay Pigeon is that if you can see at the top left hand of your screen, if you can see that metal weather station, it's about to rain. If you can't see it, it is raining. That is the rule of thumb. But it has to say, there's not a cloud in the sky at the moment. And there is Mark Lawrence getting himself ready. He's one of the Masters drivers. Well, he is the master. Oh, God, there's a disembodied voice saying my name on the paddock microphone. There we are. So Mark Lawrence in kart number 8. Now, Mark had a bit of a tough time at Rissington. He finished 11th in the final. He's 13th in the championship at the moment. But he is there chatting with the number 279 kart of Elliot Stanley. Elliot is 8th in the point standings at the moment. Then just behind them in number 304, that's Sam Cunliffe. Sam with that yellow crash helmet on. Now, he's graduated out of the DRS 100 class this season. Sam, 10th in the standings at the minute. So, again, it's almost a champion last year in DRS 100. Now finds himself, battling just to get into the top 10 in DRS 125. This is the smallest grid of the day here. I think 14 drivers in total. See there, Patrick Lay is behind Santa. He hasn't got into his car yet. I think Patrick is standing by the fence there in that blue and yellow sort of set of overalls. He is in the number 175 cart. Then behind Patrick's empty cart, that looks like the number 312 cart of Tom Snape. no relation to Severance from Harry Potter's novels, but Tom is a fantastic appearance at Rissington, third in the final, third in the championship, and now you wait there at the back of the screen on your left-hand side. There is Ty Stansfield about to settle himself down in his wagon, ready to go out. We've got 4 minutes remaining. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see behind Stansfield, there's a big gap there. That is the second cart is Zach Parkinson in cart number 7. Sitting behind Zach is Matthew Pierce. So that's his cart number 2, the white crash helmet with the, it looks like the Japanese flag. That crash helmet there, with a red spot on the top of it. But that is championship leader Matthew Pierce in cart number 2. And just behind there with the red and white Birrell ART race suit, that is defending champion Sam Faulkner in cart number 1. He's going to be the last driver to sit himself down into that cart. Other drivers in the class that we can't see. Dan Walden, he was very quick in practice yesterday in cart number 6. Dave Burns will be in cart number 197. Carl Watt will be in cart number 298. Corey Elaine, a fantastic top 6 finish for Corey at Rissington. He's 5th in the point standings at the moment. He will be in cart 308. And Jack Rigg in cart 316 rounds out the 14 driver field in DRS 125. I will do my best to try and catch up with the various chat that is going on. The thing, I know a lot of drivers are juggling watching this championship on the Alpha live stream with the various other karting events that are going on around the country, and also there's British Touring Car Racing and all the support races at Thruxton, and of course all the support races, and the BTC themselves is chock full of ex-kart racers, some of them even current kart racers. Speaking of the Ginetta Junior drivers, the Ginetta GT5 Championship, which I believe is at Donington Park this weekend. So there is no excuse not to be watching any motor racing today from the comfort of your own home. And we're waiting now for 10 minutes of DRS 125 qualifying to get underway. Waiting for the signal to be given. Just under a minute remaining before Megan will set them off and running for the third and final. She's got her whistle out. Blow your whistle. Whoop, whoop. Zach Parkinson wants to draw right up behind Ty Stansfield, and of course now everyone's going to play follow the leader out onto the circuit, but of course they're going to do half a lap and they're going to pull over at the side of the circuit and do their own thing. Here we go. So nearly everybody coming straight out. I think looks like there's 1 or 2 drivers. Sam Faulkner was one of them, and possibly the number 6 kart of Dan Walden, who I said was so good in practice yesterday. They decided to sit and wait. So here we go out onto the circuit. Let's have a little look who was late to join the fray. I think, well, we have 12 drivers out there at the moment. Yeah, Dan Walden and Sam Faulkner are preferring to sit and wait because there's no, you don't have to go straight out. It's a 10-minute qualifying session. You can do with that 10 minutes what you want. There on your screen, number 2, championship leader Matthew Pierce. Looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 in that predominantly white crash helmet with the red splodge on the top of it. sure you'd appreciate me calling it a splodge. Probably paid a fair few quid to get that helmet design. But here he comes across the start-finish straight. Got the start-finish line even down towards Billy's. Looks like it is the number 304 kart of Sam Cunliffe behind him. Now we'll wait for the tyres to get fully warmed up, and showing the way early doors is number 175, Patrick Lay, 35.204 seconds. There is Lay being passed by Sam Cunliffe, so I think he actually probably let Cunliffe go. That's number 197 by the way, so it's actually Dave Burns letting Cunliffe go. And so it's Lay at 35.150, Ty Stansfield is second at 35.174, then Pierce 35.444, Cunliffe at 35.464, and Snape at 35.686. And Stanley just moves into the top 5 with a time of 35.583, and Ty Stansfield at 35.002 in kart number 3. You can see that, a bit of an oversteer there for Sam Cunliffe coming into the horseshoe. The back end wanted to sort of turn around and swap places with the front as he came into that corner, and well, he now moves up to 3rd place. And that was actually Cunliffe's best lap so far. He's down to 4th now as Pierce goes 2nd at 35.291. There goes Sam Faulkner out onto the track. Still, we have not yet seen number 6, Dan Walden, going out onto the track. There is Faulkner, the first time we've seen him all season here in the DRS series. He goes missed Rissington. So this is a 4-round championship, the best 3 out of 4 scores rounds to count. So you can afford to miss 1 round and not have your championship hopes derailed, which of course in this current climate is absolutely crucial, because there are, as I said earlier, I mentioned Morgan Cole not being here. There are quite a few drivers that cannot participate just because of where they live in the country at the moment, the various restrictions that are being placed on them or on their regions at the moment. So the drivers that are here, they know that next round it could be them that can't attend, so they want to try and take full advantage of the fact they are racing. Halfway through this session now, it's still Stansfield. Oh, he's got 200ths of a second to make up before he can get into the 34-second bracket. There goes Faulkner across the line, around the S's. Finally, we can see the number 6 kart of Dan Walden is the 14th and final kart to join the circuit. So Walden now goes out halfway through the session, so the track will be nicely warm for him. He's probably going to do just 3 or 4 flying laps and save his tyres for later. There is the Billy's blind, the number 3 kart of Stansfield. Stansfield now down to 2nd because Patrick Lay in kart number 175 becomes the first driver to get into the 34s, 34.940 for Lay. So Stansfield, looking at on your screens now, with that predominantly black race suit, a 35.002 for Stansfield in kart number 3. He comes out of top bend, across the start-finish line, and you can see now that's where the track veers left, and then you've got to set yourself up for this double apex right through Billy's blind. Now, over the curbs, using a lot of curve through the S's. You've got to hit those curves just at the right moment. Down Sturmey Straight, the back end wants to step out on you. Down Sturmey Straight as you turn into the hairpin. And there's a little dip on the inside of the hairpin which sort of throws you round into the short straight before the horseshoe. And then now this is the really, really flat part of the track, the top part of the circuit into top bend. And now you begin, you can't see it on camera now, but this is downhill, across the start-finish line, into Biddies once again, just over half a minute. And apart from that little bit of respite on Sterney Straight, you spend the entire lap either cornering or setting the kart up at the exit of one corner for a run into the next one. Here is Sam Cutler, there's number 175 kart of Patrick Lay, just coming through the horseshoe there, so it's still Lay fastest of all. Motorsport Valley MSV thing on the back of his race suit. There on your screen is the provisional polls. The Lay coming to complete another lap, and he's pulling over to let he lets Mark Lawrence in the number 8 kart and the number 7 kart of Zach Parkinson go through. Sam Faulkner already at the third fastest, so at the moment it's Lay, Stansfield, Faulkner, then Pierce, Cunliffe and Stanley. But Sam Faulkner has come out, he's done 4 flying laps, did a 35.078 and has pitted. Matthew Pierce has also made a pit stop, and so has Sam Cunliffe. Dan Walden now up into 6th position on his 3rd flying lap. So I think the tyres are good for maybe 3 or 4 real quick laps before they start to lose their optimum grip. There's number 312 kart of Tom Snape flashing across your screens there. He is down in 10th place. So the order at the moment is Lay, Stansfield, Faulkner, Pierce, Cunliffe, your top 5. Then Walden, Stanley, Elaine, Rigg and Snape, your top 10. Lawrence 11th, Parkinson 12th, Watt 13th, and Burns 14th. But only half the drivers are still on circuit. The rest have already gone back to the pit lane. Their session is over. Patrick Lay, I suppose, just as an insurance policy, he's not going particularly quickly at the minute. In fact, he's going around in 39-second laps, but he wants to be on track. He's getting a slipstream from Tom Snape there. He wants to be on track to answer the threat of anyone, just in case somebody pops up. At the moment, Dan Walden, I suppose, is his nearest threat of the drivers that are still on track. There goes Walden through your screens now. At the moment, Walden is 6th, but will Walden improve this time around? The answer is no. He stays in 6th position, and I think that with over a minute to go, probably we've seen the best out of everybody so far. Elaine in 8th place, 8th fastest, is still on track at the moment in kart 308, as is Rigg, who is 9th fastest. Snape, watching now, 10th fastest overall, but he's 0.8 of a second slower than Patrick Lay, who has now pitted the number 175 kart. So Lay, Stansfield, Faulkner, Pierce and Cunliffe, the top 5, they've all pitted. Their session is over, and it's down to the drivers at the lower reaches of the field to maybe pop up and snatch a top 5 spot if they can in the final 30 seconds. But it looks as though the Snape now pits. Nobody improving their times at the minute, so I think that Patrick Lay may have done just enough. As the seconds tick down. Lawrence in kart number 8, you can see he's still on track. He is 11th at the moment, and he's got his hand in the air as the session draws to an end. So time qualifying in DRS 125, indeed time qualifying, second round of the 2020 Daniel Ricciardo series, is in the history books. Patrick Lay, provisionally your pole sitter, from Ty Stansfield, Sam Faulkner, Matthew Pierce, our championship leader, 4th, and Sam Cunliffe rounding out the top 5. Dan Walden, yesterday's pace setter, 6th quickest, followed by Elliot Stanley, Corey Elaine, Jack Rigg and Tom Snape, with Mark Lawrence, Zach Parkinson, Carl Watt and Dave Burns rounding out the DRS 125 order. Less than a second separating 13 of the 14 entrants. And so we now bring the carts back to scrutineering. They'll go through the weigh station, through the scrutineering bay, and the next on-track activity will be the opening heat race of the day. It'll be for DRS 62, and it'll be starting in just under 10 minutes' time here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. So here's a look down at the dummy grid for the start of the DRS 62 race. Now, we're looking at 24 drivers on the circuit. Yesterday, I caught up with one of the contenders. Let's hear what he has to say about what it is to be a DRS 62 driver. One of the most competitive classes in the Daniel Ricciardo series, and definitely the most well-attended this season, is the DRS 62 class. And I'm standing with possibly the longest serving member of that class, last year's number 4 seed, Jamie Gurney. Now, Jamie, this season you started well at Rissington. I think you're lying second place overall in the point standing, so you must be quite confident that someone with your experience can turn a number 4 into a number 1 in 2020.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try my hardest in all the races, keep pushing, push to get first place.
So, everybody knows that, in karting, the cadet classes are exceptionally competitive, especially the DRS 62 class here. What's the secret to winning one of these races and how to time your run to the front to perfection? Because it's all about slipstreaming and drafting, isn't it?
Well, it's good to try and break away from the pack with the first few drivers, and then you can get ahead and you have a good gap so you can battle towards the end.
Now, the unique thing about the Daniel Ricciardo series is the equality of equipment. Everybody on the same karts, the same engines, which means it's all down to driver's skill. How much of an advantage do you find that compared to other championships, that you and your rivals are all on the same equipment and it's down to just driver, not how much money you're spending?
I think it's really good because you don't have to spend more money on a good engine. They're all the same, and when you're out there, it's all about the driver, so it's very good.
So moving ahead to tomorrow's races, obviously you're hoping to win. Who are going to be your main contenders or your main rivals to stop you getting to that podium spot?
Well, based on last race, so it was, I think Archie went off, but he was still doing good lap times. So I think it will be Archie, Josh, and Connor, and maybe Jamie as well.
But obviously you're hoping to come out first of all.
Of course, yes.
Well, thank you very much, Jamie, for joining us here. Good luck in the racing, and maybe we'll see you on the podium a little bit later on. So that's one of the top contenders in DRS 62, Jamie Gurney, explaining how he hopes to become this year's champion and just how hard it is for all these young drivers to get ahead in a class that is so evenly matched. Well, let's see how he gets on in the next race. Now, in each one of the Daniel Ricciardo Series 3 classes, there's an overall championship, but also a championship for the rookies in the series. And last time out at Rissington in DRS 100, this young lady, Millie Hart, she was the top rookie. So congratulations for that, Millie. First of all, what was it like to get your first top rookie prize? And how much of a boost is that going to give you for the rest of the season?
So coming to Rissington, I was quite nervous, obviously, first round of the championship. But I worked hard all weekend. Test day was quite good, and the race day was just overall good. Got a 7th overall, and then started at the front for the final, and then ended up coming in with the rookie trophy, and it boosted my confidence a lot, ready for all the other test days that I've got and this weekend today.
Now, obviously, you're racing just like everybody else for the overall win, but when you come into a race meeting, do you look at the other rookies and think, right, I've got to beat them first and then worry about other drivers? Or is it a case of, I'm focused on the overall win to start with?
I don't really know. I said my main rival in rookies would probably be Sam Hinksman because he's quite quick and we're similar speeds, but you just got to race the person in front of you and not worry about who's behind you or what's going to happen.
So obviously, this is the first race meeting now that we've been at since you won the rookie prize at Rissington. Are we going to see a different Millie Hart, a more confident Millie Hart now out on the track, do you think?
I'm definitely more confident than from the start of the year, so hopefully I get more trophies and it boosts my confidence a lot, and then I'll be racing some of the yellow plates.
Well, excellent. Congratulations on your trophy at Rissington. Good luck at Clay Pigeon. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, don't forget, when you're watching the Daniel Ricciardo Series races, there's 2 races going on within a race, because you've got the race for the overall win, the yellow plates, but then the drivers of the black plates, they're looking for rookie honours like Millie Hart. Let's see how she gets on today. So there is not only a viewpoint from Jamie Gurney, but also from Millie Hart in DRS 100. And a thank you to all the drivers we interviewed. We've got a bunch of them. Here is the grid, the starting lineup for the opening heat race of the day. Jack Robinson in kart number 129 will start from pole position alongside Jamie Gurney in kart number 4. On row 2, we have championship leader Josh Turnbull in kart 7 and Archie Heron. And on row 3, Sherry-Ann Powell and Jamie Scott. Row 4, we see Ollie Morrish in kart number 113 and George Barker in kart 63. Harry Bartle and Jasmine Taylor round out the top 10 with James Roberts and Ewan Scott sharing row number 6. Row 7, Rory Armstrong and Adam Bourne start there, and then it's Eddie Stewart and Finlay Lines on row number 8. Row 9, Thomas Mean-Spearing and Jackson Lane. Row 10, Maximilian Reed and Archie Pitts-Drake. Row 11, Daxton Groves and Oscar Cole. Jamie Warner and Archie Cole start on row number 12. And rounding out the 13 rows of the grid, Zach McDonald, who didn't set a time in qualifying, and Connor Scarisbrick. Watch for Connor, who was excluded after qualifying, started right up at the front. 2 rolling laps. It is a championship rookie leading the way. Then 7 of the more experienced drivers chasing him down, led by our current championship leader. Into the hairpin they go, now up towards the horseshoe. Out of the horseshoe, they will come into turn number 6, which is that right-hander. Leads them onto the very short, sharp top straight. Now into top bend. 26 contenders all together. They come out of top bend. They're going to go around again. You can see the signal there. They wiggle their fingers around in the air. Say one more time around, because some of the back markers still sort of catch up to the pack. It's a very short lap here, so not a lot of time for the drivers to get into position. And there's a couple of drivers that went for a spin. Oh my word! And that is coming into the thing. Who's that number? 132. That's Maximilian Reed getting going there. But we're going to have another rolling lap. So this is the 4th rolling lap. I think number 122 was also involved there, Adam Bourne. Let's see if anyone coming into the picture. Looking up there, number 129. That was the, well, was that our pole sitter? It was our pole sitter. Jack Robinson spinning on the rolling lap. And I'm looking down there, and he's got some serious damage on the front of that kart. We're looking at the drivers now coming into the horseshoe. The field is still quite spread out. Matt Daniels there telling them to slow down, and I think our pole man is going to have to start from the back. So there was at least 3 or 4 drivers that got held up. They're all rookies, and Archie Pitts-Drake was another one of them. Now, we're going to go around again to give the pole sitter a chance to slow down. Now, what the drivers need to do, they need to, instead of accelerating, stay nice and slow. To give the drivers the back a chance to catch up. Now, will Robinson try and regain his grid position? Also touring round, going quite slow indeed, is James Roberts in kart number 114. I'm wondering if he is going to try and slow down and let the fields catch him up. But it does look as though it's the 4 and the 7, Gurney and Turnbull. And then the 3 and the 8 of Heron and Powell, who have got the top 2 rows in the grid now. So our pole sitter, well, Scarisbrick in kart number 121, who was 2nd or 3rd fastest in qualifying, he is starting down at the back. Our pole sitter also starting down at the back after an incident on the rolling lap. Here we go. They're going to keep it nice and slow, and Lights are out. We're off and racing here at Clay Pigeon. DRS 62 down towards Billy's Blind. We go for the first time, and it is Josh Turnbull in kart number 7 who takes the early lead. Let's see, everybody's going to get round that corner cleanly. On to Sturmey Straight for the first time. Turnbull leads. Second place is the number 4 of Jamie Gurney. There is Sherry Ann Powell in third position. Archie is fourth place, rather behind third place kart number 3, Archie Heron. And Ann Powell under pressure there, coming into the horseshoe for the first time. Now the leaders come out onto top straight, into top bend. Championship leader Joshua Turnbull leads the way in DRS 62 at the end of lap 1 of this 8-minute plus 1 lap heat race. And look at that multicoloured snake of karts all trying to slipstream with one another as they head into Billy's once again, with the number 4 kart of Gurney sitting there in second. Heron is third. A little gap back to Ann Powell. You can see the bright pink race suit in fourth place. Down towards the hairpin and into the horseshoe for the second time. And still nobody able to break away. And who is that in fifth position? That is number 6, Jamie Scott, challenging Sherry Ann Powell. The top 5 trying to break away from the leading rookie. The leading rookie is now number 63, George Barker. So Barker is there in 6th position, and just behind Barker is Harry Bartle. Now, Connor Scarisbrick is already up in the 12th place from 26th on the grid. There goes a move from Sherry Ann Powell, passing Archie Heron into the S's. Great move. That's a classic Billy's Blind move. Just take a wide line into the first half of the corner and then tighten at the second apex as a challenge for the lead as Gurney gets side by side with Turnbull. He gets great move coming out of the hairpin there to take the lead before he has to turn in for the horseshoe. And still, nobody able to break away at the front of this DRS 62 pack. In fact, looking down, I think we've got a group of 8 drivers, 8, maybe 9 drivers. Jasmine Taylor in kart number 106 at the back of the leading group, so the lead group at the moment. And there is Gurney running a little bit wide through Billy's. Now into the S's, it's Gurney, Turnbull, Sherry Ann Powell in third place, Heron in fourth, Scott is fifth, Barker, Bartle, Morrish and Taylor. And that's your lead group. And there's a move to the inside. Archie Heron trying to get third place back at the hairpin from Sherry Ann Powell, but Sherry Ann Powell holds him off, and now Heron getting past to the inside, going through the horseshoe bend up towards top bend now, through turn number 6 into top bend. That long right hand that leads them out. They'll take a lot of curb on the exit. You can just see them coming off that curb. Now on the start finish straight, which is, like I said, anything but straight. It's downhill. They flick left. They've got to try and keep the cart over the left hand side of the circuit. They take a right hander into Billy's. And now after this lead 9, the next kart in line is the number 121 in 10th position of Connor Scarisbrick. You can see that big gap coming out of the S's there. And Scarisbrick already has passed over half the field. Our pole sitter, number 129, Jack Robinson, is yet to feature into the top. He's up to 18th place, so Robinson is making progress as well. But there go the lead group, and they're just flashing onto your screen very briefly was Scarisbrick. But now Gurney trying to pull away with Turnbull in his wheel tracks. A little bit of a gap developing back to third place, Sherry Ann Powell. So here's your 2 leaders. You can tell that Turnbull was pushing Gurney along through the S's onto Sturmey Straight. And again, Turnbull checking over his shoulder. Gurney not defending into the corner. Makes a wide line in. There's a little camber on the inside of that corner. It flicks you out onto that outside curve. Then you set your cart up for the double apex left at the horseshoe. You've sacrificed one of the 2 apexes. They hit the first one and then moved out wide across the track to take the second apex. Now through top bend we go. Ann Powell in third place. Behind it, Heron is being pushed along by Jamie Scott in 4th and 5th. And it's still the lead rookie is number 63 in 6th position, George Barker. Bartle is 7th. Morrish is 8th. Taylor is 9th. And Connor Scarisbrick with a 40.91 second lap last time around, 10th place, and bearing down on driver number 106, Jasmine Taylor, for 9th. Here's a move for the race lead. Turnbull takes it. 3.5 minutes to go. New race leader, championship leader, number 7, Josh Turnbull. But Jamie Gurney slots back into his slipstream. Behind them, Sherry Ann Powell. Notice the drivers not overtly defending so much, because they know that if they start to defend, they'll lose a lot of time. But even though they're taking the racing line, that knows that potentially means they're going to get overtaken. Overtaking opportunities are bountiful here at Clay Pigeon. And there's a move, Heron to the inside at Billy's Blind. Powell doesn't really, defend, because she now slots back into Heron's slipstream, and she knows that if they work together, they will catch the two leaders, and the top 5. This could be a great scrap to the end between Turnbull in the number 7, Gurney in the number 4, Powell in the number 8, Heron in the number 3, and Scott in the number 6. The single-digit drivers, that is where they finished last year's Daniel Ricciardo series in the DRS 62 class. So all 5 of these drivers, top 10 contenders last year, and looking for a championship win this time around. There comes Turnbull. Now, is Gurney going to make move to the inside into Billy's? The answer is yes, he is. He runs a little bit wide. He's got second apex, sets himself up nice, but runs through the S's, out of the S's, onto Sturmey straight. Now down towards the horseshoe. That little dip on the inside of the horseshoe really spits the kart out on the exit. They set themselves up straight away, from the hairpin into the horseshoe, which they're in now. And then through turn number 6, which is flat out. Taking a nice wide entrance into top bend to get the kart straightened up as best you can over the curbs. Down the pit straight. Past the brand... couple of years old now, the clubhouse, restaurant area, shop into the S's once again. There's a battle for 4th place, so Sherry-Ann Powell getting passed by Jamie Scott. They're going into the S's. That has cost them a little bit of time. You can see Scott signalling to Sherry-Ann Powell to push, push, push. Change of the lead once again as Turnbull goes back in front of Gurney. Heron in the number 3 kart, who's playing a waiting game at the moment, holding a watching brief over the top 2 with over a minute remaining, a minute plus a lap. Behind this top 5, Barker is still 6th, Morris 7th, Bartle 8th, Scary's Brick is up to 9th now with Taylor rounding out the top 10. There's a big gap back to Armstrong in 11th, Ewan Scott is 12th, Eddie Stewart 13th, Adam Bourne 14th, Thomas Min-Spearing is 15th, then it is poleman Jack Robinson down in 16th position, Finley Lyons is next, and then the number 131 kart of Jackson Lane in 18th place with Jamie Warner and Oscar Cole rounding out the top 20. In the top 20, we have got Daxton Groves 21st, Maximilian Reed 22nd. There's a move from Turnbull, and there is Archie Heron now moving into 2nd place, the first time all race. So Gurney back to 3rd, and Scott and Powell have recaught them. So 5 karts has won with 25 seconds to go, heading off into Billy's Blind to start of lap number 12. Good to see all 25 of the 26 drivers that started this race still running. Down towards the hairpin we go, and Archie Heron takes the lead on lap number 12. So Heron moves into the lead for the first time all race. Turnbull 2nd, Gurney 3rd, then it is Scott 4th and Powell 5th. Now we see a defensive line into top bend for the first time. Archie Heron as the clock strikes 0. Wheel to wheel as we start lap number 13, the final lap into Billy's Blind. Turnbull takes the lead. Gurney gets a great run. Gurney goes from 3rd to 1st. Before they get to the S's, Heron, he was 1st, then he's 2nd, then 3rd, now he's back to 2nd. That was all in the space of 2 corners. And now Heron goes back to the lead at the hairpin. Oh, a little bit of wheel banging there. And running wide is Gurney. Heron has the lead. Gurney jumps up over the back bumper of Heron's kart. That unsettles him. Jamie Scott moves into 2nd place. It's now Turnbull and Gurney side by side for 3rd. But it does look as though Archie Heron in kart number 3 with 1 corner to go has got this one in the bag. Finally, a great final lap from Archie Heron. He comes across the line. Checkered flag waves. And it is first blood of the day in DRS 62 to Archie Heron from Jamie Scott. Jamie Gurney in 3rd position. Josh Turnbull, championship leader, in 4th place. There's another battle further back, flashing across the line. Ollie Morris finishing in 6th position. So the top 5 separated by less than a second at the end of 13 laps of racing. Scary's Brick from the back up into 7th place. Great drive for Connor Scarisbrick. Then it is George Barker in 8th position. Jasmine Taylor, a welcome top 10 result on a track she knows very well for Jasmine. Then it is Harry Bartle in 10th place. 1, 2, 3, Rory Armstrong finishes in 13th position. And behind Armstrong, Eddie Stewart. Thomas Spearing finishing 13th, and Adam Bourne 14th, Ewan Scott 15th, Jack Robinson from the back of the grid up to 16th position, despite qualifying initially on pole. He'll be disappointed with that. Finley Lyons is 17th, Jackson Lane 18th, Jamie Warner in 19th, Daxton Groves rounds out the top 20 ahead of Oscar Cole, Maximilian Reed in 22nd, Archie Pitts-Drake, Zach MacDonald and Archie Cole. The 25th place finisher, last driver still running. And so an excellent opening to the DRS 62 class today. Now, what do the DRS 100 drivers have in store for us? Their first heat, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, due to start in about 7 minutes. Now, we heard from Millie Hart at the start of that last race. Let's have a chat with Daniel Cebula, another of the main contenders due to start. Now, part of the beauty of the Daniel Ricciardo series is the driver's ability to move up through the classes, staying within the same paddock, around the same rivals, using the same equipment, and obviously changing chassis and then changing engines, but staying within the same DRS series bubble, which is the word of 2020. Standing with me now is last year's top rookie in DRS 62, Daniel Cebula, who's moved up to DRS 100 this year and is already proving to be a very, very tough customer to beat. Daniel, first of all, congratulations on being last year's top rookie in DRS 62. It was a great first year in the championship for you.
Yes, it was. It was just a combined effort of all of our supporters, all of our sponsors, and my dad and me, of course.
But of course, now that you've done the DRS 62 class, it's a perfect opportunity to step up into DRS 100. What's that been like, moving up to a faster kart, a different set of rivals? How have you adapted to that?
It's been fairly similar to DRS 62, where there's no pushing around and there's no contact. It's a non-contact sport. I've done a couple of races in other junior categories, so it was pretty easy to move into DRS 100. But the one thing that I like most about this grid is that they're all really kind and helpful, yet we all have a similar mutual respect for each other, which is really, really refreshing to see.
Yeah, and of course, even though out on the race circuit, you have fierce rivals, but because there are no big teams in the paddock, everyone has got to just run by themselves with, one mechanic. It means that the level playing field is key, isn't it? And you can find that, everyone's in it together.
That is very true, and that's also another thing that I like about the Daniel Ricciardo series. It takes away all of the stress and all of the pressure of just finding a good team, finding good everything, really. You can just stay at home and do your own karts and other stuff, and you don't have to worry about playing any teams or doing anything like that.
And finally, we've had a year on the black plates. Now you're on the yellow plates. How much of a difference do you feel as a driver, that extra bit of experience, that you're coming into each race meeting, that you're no longer a rookie?
It feels really, really good to be off of black plates, especially since last year in the regulations you had to start at the back as a novice of every single race. And now, because it's qualifying, it doesn't really matter as much, but it just feels nice to be part of a wider community of experienced drivers.
And so you started the season well at Rissington. We're here at Clay Pigeon now. At the end of this weekend, it's going to be the halfway mark of the championship. What are your hopes for 2020?
My hopes for this right now is just to win everything. Of course, that's every driver's goal. And my end goal is to win the DRS championship, which is, of course, like any other driver's goal.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. And as you can see, Daniel, a very committed driver. He's got a lot of hopes resting on him from his sponsors and his family to do well this year. But as he says himself, his goal is to win. Let's see how he gets on for the rest of the season and indeed today. Thanks, Daniel. Well, there is Daniel Cebula in kart number 135, worryingly good at, worryingly good for me anyway, as a public speaker already. I can see that the weekends that he's not driving, he can be easily a commentator on this type of thing. That's an idea of just what it's like moving up through the, like I said, the Daniel Ricciardo series bubble, which is the word of 2020. All these drivers, will be racing against each other for years to come. The grid is as follows for DRS 100. Thomas Harvey, championship leader in kart number 4, starts from pole position alongside the aforementioned Mr. Sabula in kart number 135. Row 2, Dylan Brierley in kart 101, and birthday girl Alicia Palmowski in kart number 9. Ben Gartside and Scott Goldsby, who is third in the championship, they start on row number 3. Daniel Holdsworth and Oscar Walmsley-Jones, I think that's probably Oscar's best ever qualifying result. He starts 8th place ahead of the leading rookie, Millie Hart, in kart number 147, and her rookie rival, Sam Haller-Hinksman. 2 rookies rounding out the top 10. Ali Hussein, up from the DRS 62 class last year, is 11th on the grid alongside Henry Foote. Row number 7, we'll see 2 DRS 62 graduates, Freddie Cox and Aaron Mensah. And then it's Cody Eustace and Bryn Calder on row 8. The much improved Owen Johns on row 9, along with Daniel Weir. Rounding out the field, Jake Robinson in kart number 115. Daniela Sutton, and Daniela is getting a lot of love out on the social media chat, as are many of these drivers. The field rounded out by Tuscany Groves. And the weather has got a certain Tuscan feel to it, I have to say, as well. Now, let's have a little look. Morgan Cole has been on, saying he hopes to be back from Shenington. His dad, Bod, said he was locked up in... I mean, that wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. No, he's locked down in the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir. And I know that both Morgan and Bod, and possibly Nanny Cole, are watching this. Although Nanny Cole only normally has eyes for Morgan on the live stream. And lots of people there saying good luck to Sherry Ann Powell and Jasmine Taylor in DRS 62. And... yeah, people sending out there. Nick Taylor has been on, so Nick Taylor is hoping to be back for Shenington as well. I think he is possibly racing. Where is he racing? Donington Park, possibly. I could be lying. I could be making that up. But he's watching anyway, and he hopes to be back for Shenington. So again, the drivers that can't make it to this round, they're looking to be back there. George Whitehouse, haven't seen him this year. He's watching, a former DRS 100 competitor. Mind you, he was 8'3" as a junior last year, so I can imagine that things are a little bit tricky squeezing in a kart at the moment. So there is the number 4 kart, your championship leader on screen. There. Oh, and Dylan Brierley in kart number 101. Who's that? That is, let's have a look. Who's speaking there? That was Stuart. That would be Mr. Brierley, I would imagine. Wishing Dylan good luck. He starts 3rd. Great result for number 101. So we get the number 4 kart of Thomas Harvey, then the number 135 of Daniel Sabula. Then it is Dylan Brierley and Alicia Palmowski on row 2. Ben Gartside is the driver of the white crash helmet and the orange stripes, starting on the inside of row 3. Now you can see that there's a driver hand in the air at the back of the field instantly. Championship Director Andy Cox is there on hand to try and make sure that driver gets started, but I think the emergency has been averted. And who was that? That was number 140, Sam Hallett. Daniela Sutton, possibly, or Tuscany Groves, towards the back of the field, having a few issues. But look, luckily, right, we've got all 21 carts off the grid. Now, it did take our... it did take our 5 rolling laps. Now, we'll have 2, anyway, just to get the sort of all the engines up to engines on song. Because it's such a short lap here at Clay Pigeon. So we'll have 2 rolling laps. Then, hopefully, for the first time, first time of asking. So the drivers on their 2nd rolling lap now. Glorious weather here today at Clay Pigeon. We had some pretty nice weather at Rissington, I seem to recall. So, if nothing else has gone right in 2020, the weather so far has been fantastic for the DRS series. Long may that continue. I'm not quite sure about Whilton Mill at the start of November, what we're going to be faced with there, but hey, that's a long way away. Not that long, actually. It's still over a month away. So, 21 drivers, led by championship leader in DRS 100, Thomas Harvey, now head into Top Bend. Harvey will have the run initially, but can Sabula get alongside? Well, he's alongside now, but can he stay alongside for the run into Billy's Blind? Here we go. Formation looks good. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Down towards Billy's we go in DRS 100. Smoke billowing out of the back of those exhausts. A wonderful sight to see. Round Billy's, 21 drivers go in, 21 drivers come out, all pointing the correct way. That is what you want to see. Harvey leads. Up in the second place, Dylan Brierley. And that's Ben Gartside making a move there on Scott Goldsby for about 4th or 5th position. Alicia Palmowski has slipped back a little bit. No, not a great start for Alicia. Obviously, her rivals have not been listening to her, and they're not going to give her an easy ride to victory on her birthday weekend. So she's going to have to work very hard for it, and that looked like possibly Daniel Holdsworth diving inside of Alicia for another spot as well. So as they come across the line to complete lap number 1, it is Harvey leading from Brierley. Sabula is next, then it's Goldsby, Gartside. Holdsworth now finally gets past Palmowski for 6th position. So Palmowski back to 7th. Then it is Oscar Walmsley-Jones in 8th position. Sam Hannah-Hinksman, kart number 140 is your leading rookie with a black plate and white numbers, but being chased hard by Millie Hart, rounding up the top 10. Now, Millie Hart, her 17th, where did she finish there? 16th place finish at Rissington was her best ever result in the DRS series, and hoping to go at least several places better than that this time around. I did hear a rumour that Nick Hart would do a lap of the track just in a mankini if Millie got in onto the podium, but that was a vicious rumour, and we certainly won't be filming that because that would cause all of the viewers many months, if not years, of mental anguish at seeing that. But here's Palmowski now, back on the move, passing Holdsworth out at the hairpin. Can she get low? And of course, you come out of the hairpin on the inside, but then you're on the outside line for the running to the horseshoe. Holdsworth able to hold his line there. Now Palmowski tries the crossover move, coming into top bend, but still Holdsworth on the outside line has got more momentum and a better straight line run down the start-finish straight. And Holdsworth holds Palmowski off. Into Billy's we go. Still Harvey leading, pulling out a 1.1 second lead over Daniel Sabula. We are on Stirling Straight. The battle for rookie honours looks very good indeed. There's number 140, Sam Haller-Hinksman leading. Millie Hart just on the outside of Haller-Hinksman. That's 9th and 10th overall. There is a problem at the back of the pack, number 137. That is Owen Johns in 20th position. Now, Owen has had some sort of issue and is, let's have a look, slowing down. He's faded to the back, and there is a spin for Tuscany Groves by the looks of it. Now, Daniela Sutton, her first DRS championship event, she is up into 16th position, and into the pits comes number 115 car, another debutant, Jake Robinson. So Jake Robinson having a few issues there, and I think so Robinson, and I think Tuscany Jones as well, Tuscany Groves, both pitted. So 2 retirements in the early stages. We've got 5 minutes of race time remaining, and Thomas Harvey leads by 1.1 seconds. This watching on screen now. Still this battle going on between the number 132 kart of Daniel Holdsworth and number 9 kart of Alicia Palmowski. And Gartside, over his shoulder there, he's on number 139 kart of Scott Goldsby. Gartside 4th and Goldsby 5th. And you're looking at the battle for 6th on screen now. Palmowski has got back in front of Holdsworth. Now, she's managed to get in front and stay in front. Can she pull away and close in on the 4th place battle? Meanwhile, up at the front, just off our screens at the moment, Harvey leads from Sabula and Dylan Brierley. Sabula's now 1.5 seconds behind Harvey, but Brierley is within a couple of kart lengths now, so maybe Dylan Brierley in the number 101 kart can sort of close up to the back of of Sabula rather, and push him along. Oh, and there's a problem, there's a kart slowing down. That is Tuscany Groves going a lap down there, so maybe she's been coming to the pits with the problem. Now she's back out on track and doing a good job there of staying out of the way of the leaders. And again, so it's important if Tuscany just get laps under her belt. That's all that matters at this stage of her career. Gartside leading Goldsby, Palmowski and Holdsworth have both caught. So we've now got a 5-kart battle for what is 4th position. Gartside, the number 130 kart, has 4th place. Then it is Goldsby in 5th, Palmowski in 6th. And there was a yellow flag waving briefly, although that could be the wind. There's a bit of a breeze going on here at the moment. But it's Gartside in 4th, then in the 139 kart. That's very distinctive. It's a Monza kart suit. Now, I haven't seen a Monza chassis in donkey's years, I've got to say. When they were about, they were poo. But the race suit looked smart. The rest of the kart was not as clever. Oh dear! And that is well and truly parked. Daniel Weir now is that is down at the hairpin, and Weir's gone behind the place. There's a gap in the tyre barriers there. He's pushed some of the tyres back. He's trying to get the car out of the tyre. So we're right here on the screen, just behind the camera, looking at there. You can see at the back of the top of the screen there, Weir trying to fish his car out of the barriers. In fact, maybe if the car is broken, he's down behind the tyres. So the car is behind the tyres, and I think Weir climbing over the barriers now out of the race. So it is still Harvey, 2.5 seconds to run of Sabula, with Briley in third. There's a great scrap going on for fourth position. Here's the scrap on screen now for second. Sabula in the number 135 car, Briley in the number 101. Now the yellow flags have gone in, so there's overtake is allowed into the corner they just come out of there. Now we're into the horseshoe, and while Harvey is sort of things all his own way at the moment, the scrap is on for second place. They're not holding each other up too much. They've got a 2-second gap over the fourth place battle. So there's Sabula in the 135. There's Briley in the number 101 car. And there is the number 148 car of Tuscany Groves moving out of the way. Now, obviously, Tuscany, I think, had a problem earlier on. She's 2 laps down now. You can see the smoke coming out of the back of the cart. So the engine is obviously running very rich at the moment, which is why we've got smoke coming out of it. It's not going to go bang or anything like that, but it's just running very rich. Maybe a spark plug issue, something like that. But she's staying out of the way. And here comes past her now, the battle for fourth place. This Gartside. Palmowski has got past Goldsby. So Palmowski has got past Goldsby. Goldsby now trying to hold off Holdsworth for what is 6th and 7th position. Now, and Gartside has got a bit of a break over the number 9 car of Alicia Palmowski. Palmowski still got Goldsby in his slipstream, and Holdsworth following on as well. So on your screens now, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place car. Behind them in 8th place is Millie Hart. So Millie Hart in car number 147 is the leading rookie, but Hart has got Henry Foote in 9th place. Henry having a great run in the number 138 cart. He is in 9th moment. Then it's Sam Hinksman in 10th. So there is the leading rookie, Millie Hart. White green crash helmet just coming flashing across your screens there at the top of your screen, coming on to start finish straight now. But there is Goldsby leading Holdsworth. That is the fight for 6th and 7th into the S's. Nice to see some curbs there that you can really abuse, obviously by maintaining track minutes as a whole, but those curbs there, you can really use them to pick up a couple of tenths. If you hit them wrong, however, it can split the cart from one end of the track to the other, which is not what you want. Here's the battle for second on screen. Sabula holding off Dylan Briley. Dylan Briley last year, he was a solid fringe top 10 player last year, was Dylan Briley. He's obviously got years more experience now, and he's driving superbly. He's got to deal with a very, very rapid Daniel Sabula. There they go, through the S's, on the Sturmey Straight. Briley is in the slipstream, so Sabula is giving him a tow around the circuit. Thomas Harvey is 3.6 seconds up the road. He's not going to worry about not featuring much on the Alpha live stream at the moment, because it means that he's untroubled and there's no one fighting him for the win. Here's a good scrap with Palmowski, Goldsby and Holdsworth again, 5th, 6th and 7th. So Gartside in the number 1-3 cart is still in 4th position. Now we're on to the final lap. So Palmowski down towards Billy's blind now. Will Goldsby look to her inside, coming into Billy's? No. Palmowski taking a tight line through the first corner. Goldsby getting a good run onto Sturmey Straight. Palmowski checks over his shoulder. Goldsby looks to the inside. He can have a lunge. No, not yet. But he's got a couple of corners to go. Thomas Harvey is going to take the win, and it looks like Sabula is. There goes Harvey, flashing it through the final corner now. Sabula is still in second, but what a drive. Thomas Harvey. That's a Sunday morning drive in the Dorset countryside, if ever there was one. Harvey takes the win. Sabula second. There's Briley in third. Gartside in fourth, and Palmowski just holds off Goldsby for the final top 5 position. Holdsworth is next. Henry Foote comes home in 9th. In 8th rather, Cody Eustace in 9th, and right at the end, Sam Hinksman pips Millie Hart for top rookie honours. Hinksman in 10th, Millie Hart at 11th, ahead of Aaron Mensah in 12th, Oscar Walmsley-Jones 13th, Freddie Cox is 14th, Ali Hussein 15th, Daniela Sutton, good drive from Daniela, she comes home in 16th position on her DRS series debut. And just a quick glance at the rest of the running order. My mobile telephonic device. It was Catherine Calder in 17th place. Owen Johns in 18th. Tuscany Groves 19th. And sadly, Daniel Weir and Jake Robinson failed to finish. So another entertaining, if not battle for the victory, entertaining for the rest of the top 10 positions. And a win for Thomas Harvey. And so next up will be DRS 125, and we caught up yesterday with a couple of the main contenders. So we've been talking to drivers up and down the grid in all the classes here at the Daniel Ricciardo series about trying to get that coveted #1 plate, and we've spoken to Sam Faulkner. This is one of the drivers who's going to be trying to wrestle that #1 plate away from Sam, but also competing as a Masters driver in DRS 125, Mark Lawrence. Mark, first of all, how is it going so far this season? I know it's a strange season, but you're here fighting fit and challenging for honours.
Well, this season has been a bit of a struggle for me. It's a new chassis I'm using. Still struggling to come to terms with it. We've not had much time to get out racing or testing, so it's been difficult. But this weekend really is all about trying different things, seeing if we can get it working a bit better and getting back up to the front end.
And now, a lot of the drivers in the paddock, they've been karting since they were 8 years old. They started as cadet. One of the good things about the Daniel Ricciardo series is that the equipment is equal. You know, there's no big teams. So somebody that hasn't been karting all their lives can step in and do karting as a hobby and be on an almost equal playing field as some of the most experienced drivers. How have you found that?
Well, absolutely. I mean, I came into karting quite late in my 20s. I've been doing karting for many, many years now. But this series in particular, this is my 14th year. I've seen young lads come in as cadets who've now gone on. Jake Hughes, a classic example, has now gone on racing in Formula 3, doing very, very well, you know. So it's a fantastic series from that point of view. Yeah, and great fun anyway for whether you're on your way to Formula 1 or you're like me who's just here for the fun of it, you know.
But even though you're using it as a hobby and it's just for fun, it's very competitive. You're very competitive. Your chances of winning the Masters crown this year, or even the #1 plate overall?
Well, the Masters Championship, I've got a good chance of winning. I think I've won it about 5 years in a row. But obviously, that's not where I want to be. I want to be up the front with the young guys fighting for the main championship. You know, so hopefully, if we do well this weekend, we can start taking a step forward. It's a short championship this year, so you know, I'd had a bad round at Rissington. It's going to be hard from here on in, but I'm always fighting, always.
So to use a golfing parlance, you've already had your mulligan, is that right?
I've had my mulligan already, absolutely.
Well, thank you very much, Mark, for joining us. It's been great to speak to you. Good luck for the rest of the weekend and the rest of the season.
Thanks very much. Good to speak to you. Cheers.
Cheers. The goal of every racing driver is to eventually become a champion. Now, we've been speaking to lots of different drivers up and down the classes who are all vying to get that coveted #1 plate. Sam Faulkner, you've owned the #1 plate here in the Daniel Ricciardo series on several occasions, including 2019. Tell us, just how hard is it to win a championship in this series?
Yeah, it is difficult because of the number of rounds. You have to be consistent over at least 7 of them usually. And yeah, a few bad scores can ruin your whole season. So, especially with last year where they trialled the heat system, that I think threw a few people out in the championship-wise. And yeah, it's just about staying consistent, I think, overall.
Now, in 2020, obviously, we're looking at a 4-round championship, best 3 scores to count. You've only got 3 rounds to do this because you weren't at Rissington with us, so this is your seasonal debut. Just how hard is it now for you, who's going to be to defend your title in 2020, knowing that you can't afford to have one bad result?
Yeah, that is quite difficult to think about. Also, the problem, at the minute, we're not sure whether I'll be able to do the next 2 rounds because I'm going to France next Saturday for 6 months. So depending on quarantine rules, if I can fly back, I will. But if I can't, then obviously I won't be able to. If I can fly back, then I will do all 3 rounds, which it will be difficult to try and not have a bad score over 9 races effectively. But I think it's still possible, I think.
So what would your words of advice be to some of the drivers that we've been speaking to in DRS 62 and DRS 100 who are battling, you know, with their rivals? Equipment is all equal, engines are equal. How do they get the edge like you have to stay in front?
I think a lot of it's just seat time, getting comfortable with the kart, getting comfortable with your own driving style. These karts are quite easy to drive, but difficult in some ways because of the fixed gearing, so you have to maintain momentum a lot. So it's a particular driving style which I think is quite difficult. It's quite easy to learn the basics, but difficult to master, I think.
And of course, last year you becoming a champion again. You know, it's been a good championship for you. You've been through all the classes here, haven't you?
Yeah, I started as a cadet in 2009. I want to say. Yeah, geez, that was a long time ago. But yeah, so I did cadet for a few years, went away, came back and did juniors, and then I've done seniors since 2016. I want to say. Yeah. So yeah, got good experience in all 3 classes.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Good luck this weekend, and hopefully we'll see you for the rest of the season as well.
Hopefully, yeah. Thank you.
So, some great words of advice there from our reigning champion. You can see him on the left-hand side of the screen there in the red and white race suit, Sam Faulkner in kart number 1. And also from Mark Lawrence about what life is like, you know, as a hobby karter who maybe come into karting not at the age of 8. Like you said, he started in his 20s, and he's been in this championship for 14 years now, one of our Masters drivers. But there on the, just looking down at the front of his kart there, is the number 175 kart, Patrick Lay, a runner-up last time around at Rissington. And he starts from pole position here. A rundown of the grid is as follows. Patrick Lay starts from pole position alongside Ty Stansfield in kart number 3. On row 2 is where you find last year's champion, Sam Faulkner in kart number 1, and current championship leader in kart number 2, Matthew Pearce. Sam Cunliffe and Dan Walden are on row 3. That's Cunliffe's best performance yet in DRS 125. Elliot Stanley and Corey Elaine start on row number 4, with Jack Rigg and Tom Snape on row 5. Mark Lawrence and Zach Parkinson go from row 6. Carl Watt and Dave Burns round out the field of 14. So it's the smallest grid we've got here this weekend, but a grid absolutely chock full of talent. Once again, for those of you joining us karting here for the first time, drivers wearing single digits on their kart. That is where they finished last year's DRS 125 championship. So you can see the number 1 plate on Faulkner's kart, Matthew Pearce wearing kart number 2, 3 Ty Stansfield. What else we've got there? We've got the 6 of Dan Walden, the 7 of Zach Parkinson, the 8 of Mark Lawrence. So 6 of last year's top 10 in the standings are back this year. Led at the moment by number 175, Patrick Lay, a runner-up in the final at Rissington, and a runner-up, and at the moment, second in the championship behind Pearce. But like Sam Faulkner said, all about consistency. That is what all these drivers need. Well, Faulkner, he said he's going to be going to France for 6 months, and depending on the quarantine regulations at the time, that will have an impact on whether or not we see him for the rest of the season or not. Regardless, he's missed a round already, so every single point he scores from here on in, he's going to be racing as though he can compete in all 3 rounds. He has got to score well. He cannot afford to have one bad weekend. Some of the drivers at Rissington not here this weekend. They'll be using this as their mulligan, as it were. So let's now try and have the 3rd good race. We've had 2 races so far. At the end of this race, we will have a break for lunch, and then this afternoon we will be into the pre-finals and the grand finals themselves. So now watch and wait for the drivers that they'll have 2 rolling laps. Into an 8-minute plus 1 lap heat race. Round the horseshoe formation at the moment looks good. Patrick Lay in kart number 175, Ty Stansfield in kart number 3 on row number 1, then kart number 1 of Sam Faulkner, and driver number 2, Matthew Pearce, on row 2. Into top bend. Patrick Lay has the field at his mercy. Into the tram lines we go, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from Ty Stansfield from the outside of row number 1. Can he stay ahead? Oh, in the middle of the pack there's a problem, and 2 drivers, 3 drivers. Sam Cunliffe is one of them, and who is that went headlong into the tyres? That is So that is number 197, Dave Burns, who, and the driver, and Patrick Lee, our pole man, has spun. Sam Faulkner is also down at the hairpin, and disastrous start here for a lot of the leading contenders. Now I'm going to try and figure out who, I think it might have been driving the 312, Tom Snape, who spun. You can see some damage there on the number 1 kart of Sam Faulkner. Yellow flags waving on the approach to Billy's blind. So it looks like Ty Stansfield has held on to the race lead. Well, he lost it briefly because Patrick Lay managed to take the lead early, but then at this corner a lap ago, Lay, and it looks as though Lay and Sam Faulkner had some sort of territorial dispute, and both spun. Dan Walden there in number 6 is up in the 2nd place. 3rd is Matthew Pierce, but down at the very first corner, it looked like it was Tom Snape in kart number 312 that spun, and then Dave Burns behind him. Well, Sam Cunliffe spun in avoidance, and Sam Cunliffe managed to keep it out of the tyres, but Dave Burns hit the rear end of Snape's kart and was vaulted over the rear of the kart and hit the tyres head on. He did take a bit of he's been winded. He is up and out of the kart now. The kart is in the tyre barriers. Also, I noticed that the number 312 kart of Tom Snape, the rear axle on that kart was severely bent, and we can see there now we have a red flag situation. So Snape is out of his kart, standing by a marshal's post. Now, what will this mean? So we were on lap 2, we were on lap 3 of an 8-minute heat. The red flags have come out. The drivers bringing themselves to a standstill. Now you can see that Faulkner's got some damage to the front end of his number 1 kart, the nose cone. So obviously he and Patrick Lay, who was leading the race at the time, had an issue down at the hairpin. But significantly, so Dave Burns, he's out of his kart. Now, of course, there's a lot of family members and friends watching back home. The kart is buried in the tyre barriers. And I think the problem is that the kart is exposed to the track. So the marshal down there, or the Daniel Ricciardo Series official, he's going to try and get that kart behind the tyres so that if there is any other incident at Billy's and karts go off, the drivers won't be going into that kart. So Dave Burns was winded initially. He's up and out of his kart. He's over the barriers, walking about. He's now surveying the scene of devastation on his kart because, of course, he leapt up over the initial kart of Tom Snape, who spun backwards. And you can see there on yours, and then sort of Burns hit that kart sort of right front to left rear contact to the detriment of the left rear axle, part of the axle of Snape's kart. And so Burns leapfrogged into the tyres. He's okay. Now here are the drivers standing on your screens. There comes Lay, so he's had a little discussion with Sam Faulkner, sort of like, well, you know, one of those things. They will have a full re-grid, so the grid will be as follows. Now, at the moment, so Stansfield was leading. Walden was up into 2nd place, so a great start from Dan Walden. That's sort of been undone now. Pierce was 3rd. Zach Parkinson had made an excellent start. He was up into 4th position. Carl Watt was running 5th. Jack Rigg 6th. Mark Lawrence was up to 7th. Elliot Stanley 8th. Faulkner was down to 9th, but that now will become 3rd again. And you see him there now. He's going to move his kart. Is he moving it out of the way, or he's moving it into position? It looks as though there's a bit of damage on the... well, there is a bit of damage. Is that kart going back to the pits? I wonder if Faulkner is going to take his kart. He is taking his kart off the circuit now. Whether it remains to be seen whether he will retake the start or not. Everyone else having a bit of a chat. There goes Dave Burns' mechanic down the track. Or was that Tom Snape's mechanic? Oh, it's Snape's mechanic. Because, of course, now for Tom Snape and his team, they need to get a new rear axle on that kart, like in a hurry. It remains to be seen whether they've got a new rear axle, because that was badly hit. There's Jack Rigg in the 2nd driver on the right there. The driver of kart number 316. They're all standing by their karts. There is Snape's kart. You can see the left rear wheel on that kart is not pointing the right direction. You're not going to do a rotation of the axle, but you saw him driving away, looking like something out of Wacky Races. It was bumping around so much, but they have now got luckily there's a lunch break before the next series of races to try and get that kart repaired, so Tom can go out for the rest of the round. He's third in the championship at the moment, so he's going to lose points here. There's Sam Cunliffe, who had he did a good job of keeping it out of the tyres. Sam Cunliffe in kart number 304, so he was starting 5th and dropped all the way back to 10th or 11th place after that spin. So we're going to have a full restart by the looks of it from the original grid positions. And there will be 12 drivers able to take the restart. And of course, if you're not, even though it's a completely new race, if you are not running at the time of the red flag, then you are not allowed to go again. Now there's Tom Snape having a chat with Andy Cox there, saying, "Oh, look, I got a broken axle, what can we do about that?" So Andy Cox looks at it, and they'll probably go back into the stores cupboard and get that kart repaired. Hopefully we'll see Tom out for the pre-final and the final a little bit later on. Everybody else now getting themselves back into the positions, their original grid positions. And after a brief delay, the main thing, of course, is that metal and plastic, which is what makes up these karts, they can always be replaced. It's easier to replace them rather than it is to fix skin and bones, but the 2 drivers involved in that incident, both okay. Where's Burnsy gone? He's going to watch from the outside of the first hairpin. There is a little grandstand there at Billy's Blind, and there's no one else down there, so you can go and sit in there and watch the race and not have to worry about social distancing. It'll be just you watching. And again, Clay Pigeon, they've done a good job there of over the years adding a couple of little spectator grandstands, covered areas, so that people can watch the racing. And the big building that you're looking there, that's a 2-story building. There's a cafe at the top of that building. There's the spectator viewing gantry, which is closed, obviously, this weekend because of the COVID issue. And you can see everyone in the paddock there. Masks are on and maintaining social distancing within their sort of individual driver bubbles, as it were. And again, Motorsport UK have been quite specific about their regulations that we're allowed to run these races, but if people aren't wearing their masks in the paddock, then the championship have the right to ask them to leave the venue. And I have to say, everybody has been behaving and adhering to those rules, especially the drivers. Of course, for the drivers, it's the worst. They've got to either keep their helmets on, and as soon as they get out of the kart after a hard race, they're huffing and puffing, and they're going to put a mask on straight away. Now, here comes Sam Faulkner, who's about to appear on your screens any second now. There he is. So he has got, and you notice that the nose cone that was bent is now no longer bent. So he's going to take the restart from the back of the grid by the looks of it. Dan Walden's coming over there thinking, well, maybe I'll just kick it now. That'll bend it back. No, he wouldn't be doing that. Again, and this is an idea of all the drivers. A lot of the drivers are chatting to one another. They're having a conversation. They all get on well because, like I said, fixed gearing. Everyone on the DRS chassis, so everyone on the same engine as well, and the same tyres. Well, not the same tyres because that would be 4 tyres split between 14 cars, which wouldn't really work. But they're on the same brand of tyres. How's that? So it's all to do with driver ability and the ability of parents to bolt these things together properly. So let's try again. Take 2 for DRS 125. Patrick Lay at the front of the field. Alongside Patrick, there will be number 3, Ty Stansfield. Sam Faulkner and Matthew Pearce on row 2, although Faulkner will be starting from La Ria. He's going to France. We've got it. La Ria. La Derrière. That's the back of the grid, the bottom of the grid. Now, are we going to get a start this first time of asking 12 drivers? Formation looks good. Patrick Lay, kart number 175. Away we go. It's another good start from Lay. This time Stansfield doesn't get away quite as quickly Down towards Billy's. Let's have a look. Are they all going to get through cleanly? Yes, they do this time. A little bit more circumspect, I think, was the word there. Now, you can see Patrick Lay looking over his shoulder. This is where he probably had a tap from behind in the first start. But everyone through the hairpin cleanly up towards the horseshoe. It is Lay who it leads from the number 2 cart of Matthew Pearce. Dan Walden, another good start from Dan Walden up into 3rd position. Actually, it is Pearce, or is it Stansfield in 2nd? Let's have a look this time by. So Ty Stansfield has dropped back to 5th position there at the end of lap number 1. It's Lay from Pearce, from Walden. Cunliffe up into 4th place. Stansfield is 5th. Then it is Elaine, Stanley, Faulkner, Lawrence, Watt, Parkinson and Rigg, your 12 runners. Out of there, there's Sam Cunliffe in cart number 3 or 4. He defends going into the hairpin. And pretty soon, well, he's got Ty Stansfield right behind him, and closing in on them is number 308 of Corey Lane. Corey Lane is going to have the number 1 plate cart of Sam Faulkner knocking on his door very soon, and there he goes. Sam Faulkner picks up a position, so that is now from the back of the grid up into 6th position for Sam Faulkner. Elaine runs in 7th. Up at the front, Patrick Lane leads by over half a second from Matthew Pearce, and there you can see in front of Faulkner there, Cunliffe and Stansfield side by side, and Stansfield has got past Cunliffe. Signalling him there. Okay, let's go. There's Mark Lawrence to the inside of, I think that was Mark Lawrence inside of number 279, Elliot Stanley. Around the horseshoe, so Stansfield in 4th position. Cunliffe behind him in 5th. Faulkner in 6th. The 3 leaders, Lay, Pearce and Walden, are a second up the road already. 6 minutes remaining. Good battle for second developing between Pearce and Walden. But Patrick Lay at the moment managed to keep everybody at arm's length. Now onto the Sturmey straight we go. Now there's the number 3 cart of Stansfield in 4th, followed by the 304 of Cunliffe in 5th, and the number 1 plate of Faulkner in 6th. Turn 6, it's top bend now. Behind them, Elaine holding off Stanley for 7th place, Lawrence is 9th, Watt is 10th, Parkinson 11th, and Rigg in 12th place. Into Billy's, and Cunliffe you see running a little bit wide, going into the corner, and Faulkner able to get that cart to the inside, and also gets a good run on the Sturmey straight. He looks to the inside, passes Sam Cunliffe for 5th position, and now Sam Faulkner sets his sights on the number 3 plate cart, Ty Stansfield. Tyrone Stansfield in his full name. Ty, he's running 4th at the moment. So Faulkner across the line to complete lap number 5, go on to lap number 6. Behind them, there's the battle for 7th place on screen. The 308 cart of Corey Lane. Again, Corey having his best season so far in the DRS series. Currently sits 6th in the championship. No, make that 5th in the championship. In the top 6 finish in the final at Rissington. At the moment he's running 7th, trying to hold off Elliot Stanley behind. Stanley, the number 279 cart, running in 8th place. Behind, a second behind Stanley in 9th is Mark Lawrence in cart number 8. Then it is Carl Watt in cart number 298, Zach Parkinson in cart number 7, and Jack Rigg in cart number 316. Elaine, head down, just trying to keep himself hunched behind the cart, trying to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. This battle is on your screen, is 3 seconds behind race leader Patrick Lay. Patrick Lay 1.3 seconds in front of Matthew Pearce at the moment. Pearce has only got a couple of kart lengths in hand over Dan Walden. There they go, they flash through the screen now as they come around top bend to complete another lap. But then Stansfield's going to be under pressure from Sam Faulkner now. Faulkner's going to get a really good run down the main start-finish straight. He's not quick enough to get to the inside going into Billy's this time, but he's going to get a good run out of the S. You can see how much tighter. Oh, there, I said about the curbs, and Faulkner hit the curb wrong there. You can see a bit kart getting a bit airborne there, bouncing across the lines, unsettled the kart, and that meant that even though he was getting a good run out of Billy's blind, he wasn't quick enough then onto Sturmey straight to make a move going into the hairpin. Now Faulkner's going to get an even better slipstream onto the main straight, onto the start-finish straight now. Let's see if he looks to the inside coming out of the top bend. He is at the moment on the inside. He's going to tuck back in now. Now will he duck out to make a move going into Billy's blind? Yes, he does. And Sam Faulkner moves into 4th position. Stansfield gets a good run through the S's, and he's going to get a nice run down to Sturmey straight, but he's not close enough to try and repass going into the hairpin. They are actually both closing in on the number 6 cart and number 2 cart. So Dan Walden in cart number 6 has just got past Matt Pierce. So Matthew Pierce down to 3rd position in cart number 2 now. And you can just see the leader escaping off the corner of your screen. Patrick Lay in cart number 175 has got nearly a 2-second lead over the next carts. As we go into Billy Blind once again. So, what Faulkner is going to do now, Faulkner should close in on the number 6 cart and the number 2 cart, but Stansfield will be doing all he can to stay in Faulkner's slipstream so that Faulkner could sort of drag him round, and that's what he's doing. He's about 5 or 6 cart lengths behind Faulkner, but Stansfield is still close enough to copy Faulkner's lines. Let Faulkner give him a tow, and he's going to try, in the last 2 minutes plus a lap of this race, he's going to try and get towed up to the battle for 2nd place. Here's your race leader, Patrick Lay, unmolested out front. He goes into the hairpin. Walden holding off Pierce with Faulkner and Stansfield closing in. Cunliffe runs in 6th position, and it's Elaine still 7th, Stanley still 8th, Lawrence 9th, Watt 10th, Parkinson unrigged the remaining order. So no real changes of position down the order. The question is, and you can see Matthew Pierce just checking over his shoulder to see how much closer Faulkner is. The good news for Pierce is that Faulkner is not within slipstream range just yet. But if he carries on lapping as quick as he is, that will change. We go down Sturdy Straight on lap number 12, just over a minute remaining, and Stansfield critically is still being towed around by Faulkner, so that when Faulkner does catch Pierce, we're going to have a 4-cart battle for 2nd place, with Stansfield holding on for dear life. Now, Dan Walden holding on to P2 at the moment. Pierce isn't close enough to look at the inside coming at the Billies. And a little bit of understeer through the middle of the corner there for Matthew Pierce. And you can see that hasn't helped him through the S's. You saw Pierce's car, the front end just washed out from under him when he wanted to be sort of like turning and getting on the power, going through Billy's blind. That's going to affect his chances of not only passing Dan Walden, but it's going to affect his chance of keeping Faulkner out of reach, because Faulkner gets a better run on this lap. Faulkner's closing in, and pretty soon Matthew Pierce is going to have to turn his attention from attack to defence. 20 seconds to go. We're on to lap number 14 now. Let's see again, and this time Matthew Pierce does a better job of hooking the right front corner of the cart onto the inside curb coming through Billy's, and he's checking over his shoulder. He knows that Faulkner is closing in. Now, Sam Faulkner, if he's going to make a move, he's going to try and make a quick, decisive move so that he doesn't get held up. I think Patrick Lay is going to be coming around to start the last lap pretty soon, but Faulkner could get one shot at it. Looks like Stansfield may not quite be close enough as we start the final lap. Lap number 15, Patrick Lay leads by over 4 seconds now from Dan Walden. Walden into Billy's, holding off Pierce. Again, Pierce understeer mid-corner there for the driver of cart number 2. Faulkner, eyes on the prize. The prize at the moment is the current championship leader, Matthew Pierce, for 3rd place in this race. Into the horseshoe. Time running out, however. The laps tick by very, very quickly here at Clay Pigeon. The leader is already around top bend. Patrick Lay, checkered flag awaits. Great win for Patrick. Who's going to hold on to? Well, it's going to be Walden holding on to 2nd. Pierce does keep Faulkner at bay for 3rd, with Stansfield completing the top 5. Sam Cunliffe, good result for Sam in 6th position. Corey Elaine in 7th. 8th for Stanley. 9th for Lawrence. Then it was Carl Watt, Zach Parkinson and Jack Rigg rounding out the 12 finishers in DRS 125. Sadly, of course, we saw Tom Snape and Dave Burns fail to finish that race. But they will get their karts hopefully repaired for the pre-final. That concludes the racing for the morning. It's now the afternoon. There will be a break here at Clay Pigeon Raceway. It's round 2 of the Daniel Ricciardo Series in 2020 for lunch. The next race out is at 1:45 local time, and we will be back on the live stream 5-10 minutes before that. So in about half an hour, we'll be back from Clay Pigeon Raceway here at the 2nd round of the Daniel Ricciardo Series 2020. Don't go away. We're now joined by Daniel Ricciardo Series Championship Director Andy Cox. And Andy, it's been a fantastic day so far at Clay Pigeon. The sun is shining, the track looks beautiful. The paddock also obeying all the social distancing regulations. How much of a challenge has it been for you and your team to make sure that this can run safely and smoothly?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, what we're doing has become the new normal, like for everybody. But yeah, we have to follow the Motorsport UK guidelines, which is, they've done a fantastic job. But that means everything is online booking for track and trace. Everybody at this venue has had to come through a checkpoint. If your name's not on the list, you didn't get in. And obviously you've had your temperature checked. So we know everybody's here. Everyone's got to wear a face mask all the time. And we've got sanitising stations around. And, you know, where we can, we're trying to keep everybody safe and spaced out. So, you know, that's become the new norm, as we all know.
And I mean, but to have the competitors and their families respond in such a positive way to you and the organising team here, because you're asking a lot more of them and having to be a bit more demanding in terms of where they go and where they can't go. To have the wider DRS family, as it were, all respond so well must be pretty pleasing.
Yeah, I mean, you never, you know, there's a reason why we have to do everything, and usually, you know, it's fun. It's supposed to be fun. It's not so fun saying you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't go there. But, you know, I think generally everybody appreciates what we're trying to do, and that's keep racing. So, you know, that's the most important thing at the moment, and keeping safe.
Now, we're at the second round of a 4-round championship. We're here at Clay Pigeon. We've got Shenington and Whilton Mill coming up. As always, the DRS 62 has got a fantastic grid. I think 26 drivers here in total today. But you're working on a few things to make sure that the continuing new blood into the championship comes online towards the end of the year as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, obviously we've got a lower entry at the moment. We have actually got nearly 104 registrations. For different circumstances, people, you know, with their finances can't race at the moment, which is totally understandable. They've still got the karts, and I'm sure they'll be back for the next 2 races or maybe next year. So yeah, we're already looking to 2021, and I'm delighted to say that we're looking at a new project for next year. And that's introducing DRS Bambino, and that's for 6-year kids that are 6 years old up to 8 years, and they're going to be doing Daniel Ricciardo Young Driver Academy, then the ARCS test to obviously get their license, and then they'll be able to race next year. But we'll be doing it slightly differently, whereas they buy the complete kart, which they can use at any other Motorsport UK club. But when they come to DRS, they'll practice on the Saturday, and no problem. But then for Sunday, okay, included in their entry, we will have an engine that we supply them to ensure that all the engines are as closely matched as possible, and just to give the kids an introductory, you know, racing experience. And what that means is if they do 3 races and perhaps they're in the year of their 8th birthday, then if they're the 1 meter 25 centimeters tall, if they want to progress into the DRS 62, they can do. So we're looking at just building from Bambino into the DRS 62, and of course the DRS 62s going on to the juniors, and of course we've got juniors that are obviously going from 15 into the DRS 125. So it all should link up and hopefully work.
Now, of course, if one thing is certain in 2020 is that nothing is certain. But I know that all being well, that we're looking ahead to maybe trialling this towards the end of this season. Are we going to see the Bambinos on track in 2020 for a young academy programme at all? Yeah,
we're looking on Friday the 30th at Whilton Mill. What we're going to do to start off with, we'll do Bambino stuff in the beginning of next year, but the 30th of October at Whilton Mill on the Friday, which is in the school holidays, we're going to be having a Daniel Ricciardo Series Academy, which means that if you have had experience at team sport or Club 100, and you know, you've had experience of obviously corporate karting, indoor karting, then you can come, booking online. Same stuff, track and trace, but you'll be able to come and test drive and take part in an academy where we obviously do briefing. We show the kids the lines. There's cones on the track to depict where they're supposed to brake, where they're supposed to turn in for the corners, and it gives an opportunity to try out a DRS Ricciardo kart without actually having to purchase one. Then moving on for next season, we're going to be looking at some different finance packages for people. So to get all the equipment, to try to spread the cost. We're just trying to look for ways to make it easier for people to access karting. And of course, we're linked up now with Team Sport for the British Indoor Karting Championships. So we've offered a prize. So for a DRS 62, a winner from that competition will get a free drive for next season, and for DRS 100. And we're also working with Club 100 because they're obviously debuting their junior championship, and also we're looking at doing a similar prize for them.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Andy. Enjoy the rest of the day's racing here at Clay Pigeon, and the best of luck for what's going to be a very busy couple of months coming up.
I hope so. Thanks.
So there we are. Andy Cox, the Championship Director for the Daniel Ricciardo Series, just telling us a little bit more about how the Championship is going to continue to grow, even if that's growing down in terms of the youngest drivers, and maybe how to introduce some new older drivers into the Championship through the various partnerships we're developing as well. Let's go back to the racing. Who's going to win today? Pigeon Raceway, just heard from our Championship Director Andy Cox. You can see him standing there at the forefront of your screen, watching as the DRS 62 drivers are set to do battle in their pre-final. Again, an 8-minute plus 1 lap race. You can see the number 3 kart of Archie Heron and the number 6 of Jamie Scott at the front of the grid there. They are going to be due out very shortly. And of course, Andy telling us the news of the DRS Bambino category, which there'll be a test day to people to try out at Whilton Mill at the end of October before the final round of the main championship. And all things being well, that'll be debuting in the DRS series overall in 2021. But there is a view of the dummy grid here at Clay Pigeon ahead of the DRS 62 pre-final. The grid will be as follows. Pole position, who after winning the heat was Archie Heron. In kart number 3, Jamie Scott. In kart number 6 starts on the outside of row number 1. Jamie Gurney and Joshua Turnbull start on row 2. Sherry Ann Powell and Ollie Morrish will go from row number 3. Connor Scarisbrick from last to 7th in the heat. He starts on the inside of row 4 alongside George Barker, with Jasmine Taylor and Harry Bartle rounding out the top 10. Rory Armstrong and Eddie Stewart are up next. Row number 7, and it's Thomas Min Spearing and Adam Bourne. Row 8, Ewan Scott and Jack Robinson. Jack, don't forget, in kart number 129, pole position for the heat, but spun on the rolling lap, had to start at the back, came back through to 16th. He starts ahead of Finley Lines and Jackson Lane. On row number 10, we see Jamie Warner in kart number 101, making his return to the championship, and Daxton Groves. Row 11, Oscar Cole and Maximilian Reed. Row 12, Archie Pittsdrake and Zach McDonald. Row 13, Archie Cole and James Roberts, who sadly didn't start the heat. Hopefully, James is out there now, and all 26 drivers will be able to make the start for this, their penultimate race of the day. It was a fantastic opener, the top 6 drivers, but now look, you've got Connor Scarisbrick back at the sharp end of the field where he qualified before he suffered an exclusion post-qualifying. He passed, well, he went from 25th to 7th in the heat race, and now he's with the lead group. And of course, the top 6 drivers home in the first heat were all absolutely nose to tail, neck and neck, just waiting for our grid marshal Megan Tupholm to give them the signal to start. She's there, forefront of your screen, waiting to blow the whistle and send them on their way out onto this 815-metre Clay Pigeon circuit. Skies are still blue, nice autumnal breeze in the air, but temperatures still unseasonably warm, as they have been across the southern UK for most of this week. There is the signal has been given, the engines have been fired, and now the karts will make their way out onto the circuit. 2 rolling laps, and then we are into the race itself. Now, we did have a few false starts in the thing, and there at the back of the grid is the number 114 kart of James Roberts going out, so all 26 drivers should be able to make it clean to the start. Hopefully they'll avoid any of the issues that befell them on the rolling lap, so we'll have no spinners, no incidents, no crashing, but we'll have Heron leading the way. Scott, Turnbull and Gurn, championship leader coming in today was number 7, Josh Turnbull, due to start from the inside row 2 on the grid. So one rolling lap. Now we'll see the drivers beginning to slow down, get into 2x2 formation. Oh dear. Now out of my commentary box, which is opposite the start-finish line, I can see that in front of me, which is actually Thomas Mean Spearing, who has, well, he speared off into the tyres, and I got a feeling that's going to be a delayed start. He's sitting in the car, there's a marshal with him just to make sure that he's okay. Race director Matt Daniels is there as well. The driver's been told to slow down. I cannot believe for a moment we're going to go racing just yet. And oh, I have to say, I have just swatted a wasp in the commentary box. 1 shot, 1 kill. Boom. So I'm on target. Let's see if the rest of the drivers are on target. I've left a bit of a nasty smear on the window, but not that any of you watching this back home want to know about my wasp killing ability in the commentary box window. Now there's a red flag, and they all come to a standstill, bump, 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 bump into each other as they're all turning over, saying, you hit me, will you stop in front of me? Luckily, the most important thing of all is that number 124, Thomas Spearing, is out of his kart and walking across the circuit. He looks to be okay, probably a little bit downhearted. Kart is all right. Let's go and speak to Andy. Well, what happened is that somebody turned around and spun me and I crashed. It wasn't my fault, honest. So he heads back, and you can see him trudging off back to Parc Fermé. The good news is he's going to be upset now, but he'll be back out for the main event later on. He'll have to start from the back of the grid, but he's A-OK. And we are down to 25 contenders. The reason we stopped it is because there was he went into the tyre barriers and took a knock. And the drivers are all going to get out now, and I think they're going to have a little chat with the race director, Matt Daniels. So obviously this commentary is not only going out over the live stream, but it's going out to the paddock as well. So rather than distract the drivers by talking over race director Matt Daniels, I will shut up, to coin a phrase, as the drivers shut up and listen to the race director about how to correctly start a go-kart race. Be back shortly.
Is 1 for 1 good? Cool.
So as you can see, the drivers are now heading back to the karts. So apologies for the break in sound there, but of course, well, Matt Daniels is addressing the DRS 62 drivers. He doesn't need me to be shouting about how many wasps I've killed in the commentary box. I mean, I'm sorry for any nature lovers out there. I mean, I'm a nature lover, but I mean, when you're a wasp, you know, you're not part of nature. You're there to inflict pain on others, and if you're not quick enough, get pain inflicted upon yourself. Now, I have left a rather impressive smear on the commentary box window, so I do apologise to Clay Pigeon Kart Club and whoever has the misfortune of cleaning the commentary box after I've been in there. It's now I was so getting ahead of myself by swatting said wasp and ending its existence, or sending it on to its next existence. And I didn't realise, I sort of lost in the excitement of the fact that I was doing it with a full bottle of Coca-Cola, which I've just opened, much to the detriment of my trousers, which have now got sticky Coca-Cola on them, which of course will attract more wasps, which is lovely. Great thinking there, Henry. Ah, see. So, we have now got a restart, which is going to be forthcoming very shortly. And the drivers being put back into their original order. It's a restart, sadly, which will take place without driver number 124, Thomas Spearing. So 25 drivers set to do battle. Of course, the grid official, they're getting the drivers back into their correct position. Now, is it? We've had chatting on social media. We've got people cheering on Jake Robinson in kart number 129 in this race, and Ollie Morrish as well, all being supported online at the moment. Thank you to everybody for tuning in wherever you are in the world. And there you see, fantastic sunny Sunday afternoon here. We've got 6 races to go. Now, of course, there's been a slight delay in the program, so there's probably not going to be a great gap before the next race out. So we've got the pre-final here in DRS 62. The next race up will be the pre-final for DRS 100, and then the pre-final for DRS 125. And shortly after those finishes, the last 3 races of the day, the grand finals themselves. Now, of course, this grid was decided on where each driver finished in the heat race. The final grid, and I will stand to be corrected, I'm sure somebody will correct me, but it's going to be either decided, the final grid is going to be decided in one of 2 ways. It's either going to be the results directly of this race, or the points that each driver has accumulated in the racing up to this point today. So we'll see later on, but of course consistency being the key. Got to be consistently good to start up at the front. Now there's been 1 or 2 drivers that found themselves out of position, and they're being moved into position as soon as those drivers are into place. So we've got George Barker in kart number 63, starting as the leading rookie in this race. He's getting some online love from the chat. People watching this on the Daniel Ricciardo Series Facebook page, on the Alpha Live Facebook page and YouTube channel. Now, engine notes are fired once again. Of course, all the drivers have, I say they've, you know, well, I don't know, what would Matt Daniels have said to them? He's probably given them, right, see this book here? And he's got, and the driver's gone, yes. And it's called the Riot Act. Read it. Because we had several false starts in the heat. We've had, the problem is that it's not been the false starts, it's been the amount of spinning and crashing that's gone on. And it's because the drivers set off and they go far too fast, and now they've got it all slowed down. And of course the drivers at the back have then got to catch up and slow down. Well, because we had that incident at Mugello with the Formula 1. I'm not saying, well, this is kart racing, not Formula 1, but you can see what happens when, you know, in any form of racing, suddenly those at the front of the pack slam on the brakes to slow down to formation. The drivers that are going full chat behind them, some of them just can't get slowed down and some of them can't. Now, looks like the formation is good. Archie Heron in kart number 3 and Jamie Scott in kart number 6. Often racing down towards Billy's Blind we go. The leaders all through safely, and the whole field does get through turn number 1 nice and cleanly. Now they're into the S's with Archie Heron leading the way in kart number 3. On the outside line there, you can see Jamie Gurney starting into second place. Sherry-Ann Powell in 4th position behind Connor Scarisbrick in kart number 121. So a great start for Scarisbrick, and he started this race 7th. He's already into the top 3, and see the lead group trying to put some distance between themselves and the chasing pack. There is your leading rookie, and that's the number 1, 2, 3 is the leading rookie at the moment, which is Rory Armstrong up near the front. Here we go, first change of lead. Jamie Gurney to the inside, Archie Heron on the outside of Billy's Blind. Heron down to second, Gurney moves into top spot, and there is it's like the number 101 cart, Jamie Warner there at the back of the pack, a luminous yellow crash helmet. And going through your screens there, number 111, that was Eddie Stewart. But up at the front, there's Scarisbrick in the black helmet with the green race numbers on it. Number 121 in this one. He comes into top bend now, and already now Archie Heron has got the lead. No, it's Gurney with the lead as we complete lap number 2 and go on to lap number 3. And Gurney has got a bit of a breakaway on here. There's Heron in second place in kart number 3, being chased by Scarisbrick. Then it's just losing a position there was Sherry-Ann Powell. So Turnbull, the championship leader after Rissington, moves into 4th place. Powell down to 5th. But really, Heron in the number 3 kart, Scarisbrick in the number 121 have got to start working together to close that gap down to Jamie Gurney. Of course, the flow of this circuit now, of course, each of these classes are on fixed gearing set by the championship. But the gearing they've set here is quite low. They're still turning 12,000 RPM near enough in DRS 62. But if you make a mistake, it takes a lot longer to get the kart back up to full speed. So being smooth, maintaining the momentum is critical. There's Sherry-Ann Powell, and behind Sherry-Ann Powell is number 106, Jasmine Taylor, who's just been passed by Jamie Scott. So kart number 6, Jamie Scott, moves into 6th position. Jasmine Taylor in kart 106 drops back to 7th. Leading rookie at the moment is the leading kart rookie by rookie, I mean. That is the kart with the black plates and white numbers. It's number 1, 2, 3, Rory Armstrong. Then George Barker in 9th, Harry Bartle 10th, Eddie Stewart with 11th. There goes Scarisbrick up the inside of Heron for 2nd place. It's still Jamie Gurney who leads, though, as we complete lap number 4. The lead train snake across the start-finish line to complete another lap. Down towards Billy's Blind we go. Scarisbrick now closing in on race leader Jamie Gurney. Jamie Scott sets a new fastest lap of the race in 6th position. Now he's just giving us some of the signal there, saying, yep, that's great, let's push on, let's go. Let's work together. 2, 4, 6, 7 karts all in a line. And side by side for the race lead, Scarisbrick takes top spot for the first time all day. Heron trying to get through as well, but Gurney holds on to 2nd place. Heron back to P3. 4th is Joshua Turnbull in kart number 7. Sherry-Ann Powell is 8th in kart number 8. Jamie Scott, Sherry-Ann Powell is 5th, sorry, in kart number 8. Jamie Scott is 6th in kart number 6. And Jasmine Taylor, doing a sterling job of holding on to the lead group, is there in P7. Change of 2nd place. Gurney slips back behind Heron as they come through the S's onto Sturmey Straight. Now down towards the hairpin. Turnbull looks to the inside of Gurney but slots back into line. Sherry-Ann Powell defending 5th position from Jamie Scott, although Scott gets the inside, they go into the horseshoe. So Powell back to 6th. Still Taylor there in 7th. Rory Armstrong hanging on well in 8th place. So in fact now there's an 8-kart group at the front of the field. Then 9th and 10th battling away. That was George Barker and Harry Bartle just flashing through your screen. Ollie Morrish runs in 11th, followed by Stewart, Robinson, Scott, Bourne, Lane, Lines, Warner, Cole and Reed, your top 20. Just over 3.5 minutes remaining plus a lap of this race. Connor Scarisbrick now, once he's got into the lead, he's actually trying to pull away a little bit. Half a second he's got in hand over Archie Heron. So Archie Heron in the number 3 kart needs the number 4 of Jamie Gurney with a blue race suit, black crash helmet on. He needs Gurney to really start pushing him along, pushing him up to the front, because Scarisbrick at the moment is not quite out of the slipstream, but he's getting towards that way as they come onto the start-finish straight. They plunge downhill. Look at that perfect example of how Gurney is helping Heron along there. And he looks to the inside at Billy's Blind, takes the position. Heron runs a little bit wide. Heron's going to come back into line now. He's going to get a really good run. Is the number 3 car down Sturby Straight, so he can push Gurney along, and they are catching the race leader. Great tactical driving there by Gurney in the 4, Heron in the 3, Turnbull in the number 7 car is there as well. Still Sherry-Ann Powell and Jasmine Taylor in this lead group as well. 7 drivers. Rory Armstrong in the number 1, 2, 3 car, the leading rookie, has slipped back a little bit, but a great 7 car slipstream at the front. Jasmine Taylor pushing Sherry-Ann Powell along down towards Billy's Blind, but it is Scarisbrick by a whisker. 2.5 minutes to go. From Gurney, then Heron. New fastest lap for number 6, Jamie Scott in kart number 6, running in 5th position. And Scott has been able to put a little bit of clean air between himself and Sherry-Ann Powell and Jasmine Taylor. So Sherry-Ann and Jasmine are now going to work together to close back into this lead group. We're on lap number 9, 2 minutes to go. Into Top Bend, come the lead group in DRS 62. This is the perfect type of racing that Clay Pigeon was built for. You've got to set a driver up half a lap in advance before you make a move. Momentum is the key. Size them up. Use the draft. Use the slipstream. Work with your rivals when you have to, using lots of curb there through the S's. Now down to Sturmy Straight. A lot of drivers say that if you want to make a move into this corner here, you've got to start planning your move coming out of the final corner half a lap previously. Just because of the flowing nature of this classic circuit. It's been here since 1963. Here, just over the Dorset border, not far from the town of Yeovil. A lot of the officials stayed in last night. Oof, I've got to say, yes, different places, Yeovil. Lovely, I'm sure, but different. Now, into Billy's Blind. The leaders have caught Scarisbrick. So it's now a 5-kart train with Sherry-Ann Powell and Jasmine Taylor. Got a couple of kart lengths to make up. Where will Gurney make his move? The answer is there. Scarisbrick now gets shuffled to the outside at the hairpin. He's got the inside line for the run of the horseshoe, but Gurney able to make the move. Heron's there in 3rd. And it's Turnbull. Turnbull now moves offline to try and tuck. He's going to try and tuck underneath 3rd place car. Archie Heron coming in this corner, is he? No. He stays in line. Sherry-Ann Powell has now re-caught this group. 6 cars to the lead battle with 106 Jasmine Taylor working hard to stay in touch. 30 seconds to go. Next time around, they should get the last lap board. Scarisbrick takes a wide line into Billy's. He's going to get a good run out of onto Sturmy Straight. Is kart number 121 Connor Scarisbrick. Will he dive up the inside and take the lead? Gurney's defending, however. Gurney holds on out of the hairpin. Into the horseshoe we go. Double apex left. You come out of the horseshoe, run wide. Sort of sacrifice turn 6 because it's flat out. They threw that now into Top Bend. So they come through Top Bend. They descend downhill to the start-finish line. Last lap board goes out. It is Gurney leading, Scarisbrick in 2nd, Heron in 3rd, Turnbull 4th, Scott 5th, Powell 6th, Taylor 7th. 1.5 seconds separate the top 7 as they come out of the S's. Onto Sturmy Straight for the final time. Scarisbrick looks to the inside. Gurney gives him room, wheel to wheel, round the hairpin. Scarisbrick takes the race lead. And Heron grabs 2nd at the horseshoe. And Heron runs Gurney very wide. It's 3 wide through turn number 6. That has given Scarisbrick the gap he needs. Out of the final corner, it's driver number 3, Archie Heron in 2nd place. Josh Turnbull in 3rd, Gurney 4th, Scott 5th, Powell 6th, Taylor 7th. They flash across the line. A win for Connor Scarisbrick by 0.2 of a second over Archie Heron. The top 7 separated by less than 1 second. Fantastic race there. And in 8th place, the leading rookie home, Harry Bartle, in kart number 127. Great effort there from Harry. George Barker coming home in 9th. Rory Armstrong rounding out the top 10. They were having a good battle amongst themselves. They were all in a big queue of karts as well, 8th, 9th and 10th. Outside the top 10. I'll bring the timing screen up on my mobile telephonic device. Outside the top 10, Ollie Morris finishing 11th, Jack Robinson finishing 12th, Ewan Scott 13th, followed by Adam Bourne in 14th, Jackson Lane 15th, Finley Lyne 16th, Jamie Warner finishes in 17th, followed by Eddie Stewart 18th, Zach McDonald 19th, and Oscar Cole rounding out the top 20. 21st was Maximilian Reed, 22nd Daxon Groves, 23rd Archie Pitts-Drake, 24th Archie Cole, and James Roberts finishes 25th. Sadly, of course, we lost Thomas Spearing before the start of the race. Hopefully, though, he'll be back out in time for the final. So another very exciting DRS 62 race. And next up will be the pre-final for DRS 100. There they are, ready to go. It's going to be starting very shortly. So let's have a little look at the starting lineup in DRS 100. Pole position, your heat winner, your runaway heat winner, number 4, Thomas Harvey. He leads the championship at the moment. Daniel Sabula, the leading graduate driver out of DRS 62. He's the first-year DRS 100 driver, is Sabula. He starts second. Dylan Brierley finishes in third. He finished just inches behind Sabula. And Ben Gartside goes from P4. Alicia Palmowski, it's her birthday tomorrow. She starts P5. And Scott Goldsby alongside Alicia on the outside of row 3. Row 4 sees Daniel Holdsworth and the very impressive Henry Foote starting from 8th in the grid. And then it's Cody Eustace, and leading rookie home from the heat race was Sam Haller-Hinksman. Millie Hart starts on the inside of row 6 in cart number 147. And Aaron Mensah, another DRS 62 graduate, he goes from P12. Oscar Walmsley-Jones and Freddie Cox will share row number 7, with Ali Hussein and debutante Daniela Sutton on row 8. Owen Johns and Tuscany Groves start from row number 9. And rounding out the 21 kart grid, Daniel Weir, Jake Robinson and Bryn Calder. So there's a look at the dummy grid. Thumbs up from championship leader Thomas Harvey. And the 135 kart of Daniel Sabula on the outside of row number 1. This will be another 8-minute plus 1 lap race. Hopefully all 21 drivers are out there that have no mechanical issues there. The green flag waves. Somebody's got their hands up there at the back of the pack. Who is that that's not getting going? You can see one of the drivers on the left-hand side of the grid. So we might have a brief delay while we try and get all the contenders out there. Oh, it's number 132, which is Daniel Holdsworth. Oh, no. Holdsworth didn't start the final at Rissington, the opening round of the championship. He's due to start, I think, on the inside of the 4th row of the grid, 6th or 7th, 7th place on the grid. So hopefully we can get that number 132 kart started. Now, the question that all the other drivers will be asking themselves is, what can we do about that man in kart number 4? Because Thomas Harvey was able, well, he was able to clear off. There's good news. There is Holdsworth getting started. So hopefully he can join the back of the pack. He may not have time to sort of catch up with the thing. And now there are a few other drivers sort of trying to catch up with the lead group, so we hopefully will get a start full-time this time around. Harvey, and already there's a signal going out there. You can see the driver signaling. We're going to have one more rolling lap, and that may give Daniel Holdsworth the opportunity to catch the pack and retake his starting grid. You can see him coming there. There's the signal. There's Harvey in kart number 4. So yeah, Sabula and Dylan Brierley, who will start 2nd and 3rd in this one. It is imperative that they sort themselves out, and if Sabula is going to be thinking to himself, I've got to try and get around the outside of Harvey at the first corner, which is no mean task whatsoever. It's very difficult to get around the outside at the first corner at Clay Pigeon. Brierley will be thinking, I need to try and tuck underneath Harvey going into turn number 1. So Harvey, he's going to focus on getting a good clean start himself. Now Holdsworth, kart number 132, has Holdsworth, yes, there he is, the black right suit with the sort of white sleeves on it. He slots into his initial starting position, so we should have all 21 contenders. Let's have a look at the back there. Bryn Calder in kart number 103. I think, yes, Bryn is there as well. So 21 drivers. Hopefully, let's go racing cleanly this time around. Lights are out. We're off and racing here at Clay Pigeon in DRS 100. Down towards Billy's Blind we go. It's a good start from Harvey. He had drivers who wanted to try and get at the inside of him, drivers trying to get around the outside of him, but he tied it perfectly and he was all on his own. And Sabula slotted in second. Brierley slipping back to 4th place. Oh, there's Alicia Palmowski there. Over-committed and under-braking for the hairpin. She briefly got 3rd. Now she's back to 5th. But Dylan Brierley hangs on to P3. Harvey, though, look at that already. 10 kart lengths in the lead as he comes out of the final corner. Sabula with his head down has got to try and get good progress. There's Brierley in 3rd. Up into P4 is number 134. Good start from Cody Eustace. Eustace in kart number 134, 7th in the championship coming into today. There is number 140 kart of Sam Haller-Hinksman. Behind Cody Eustace in 5th place is Alicia Palmowski. 6th is number 130 kart of Ben Gartside. Then it's number 139 of Scott Goldsby, and Henry Foote in kart 138 holds on to 8th position. Leading rookie in kart number 147 at the moment is Millie Hart, with Dan Holdsworth rounding out the top 10, ahead of Aaron Mensah, Sam Haller-Hinksman, Freddie Cox, Oscar Walmsley-Jones, and the rest. But they're all chasing that man on your screen there, number 4, Thomas Harvey. Sabula, you can see, has broken away from the chasing pack as well. So Daniel Sabula, well, he had briefly broken away. The slipstream was in full effect down the main straight there, and that brought 101 Brierley and 134 Cody Eustace back into play. So Sabula in that number 135 kart, he is already over a second behind race leader Thomas Harvey. So Harvey is out of the slipstream. So Harvey now is going to be not control. He is going to be controlling the pace from the front. Obviously, he's not won this race yet, far from it. There's still a long way to go. Is Alicia Palmowski up the inside? Oh, Palmowski spins, going into Billy's. She got to the inside. Classic mistake at Billy's Blind there. Driving in deep, realised you're going a little bit too fast, slammed the brakes on the back end, steps around, and Palmowski, she does get going again. I'm going to try and find out. She is back, all the way back in about 19th or 20th position at the moment, sadly, for Alicia. But the leaders come across the line. Now it is Harvey, Sabula, Eustace, Gartside in 4th, Brierley down in 5th, because of course Palmowski was trying to make a move on number 101, Dylan Brierley, and when she started to spin, Brierley was on the outside, so he lost ground there. So it's now Cody Eustace in kart number 134 and Ben Gartside in kart 130, chasing the number 135 of Sabula, as Harvey continues to stretch his lead. Now, luckily, he had a good scrap in the heat race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place on back, because Thomas Harvey is, he's not giving anyone else a chance to battle for the win. So it's the battle of the minor places that we're keeping an eye on. Mostly in the coverage there is Gartside trying to pass the number 134 of Eustace. Brierley setting a new fastest lap of the race so far, 36.085 seconds for the driver of kart 101. Oh, smoke coming out of the tyres as Sabula locks up under braking for the hairpin. Gartside makes a move on Eustace for 3rd position, going through the horseshoe. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and in 6th position is number 139 Scott Goldsby, and there goes Brierley for a move on Eustace into Billy's, and who was that touring around there at the back of the pack? Trying to see who that was. Is that number 101, Dylan Brierley, going slowly? It was. It was, for some reason. He obviously went very, very wide there. Maybe the engine briefly cut out. I'm not sure what happened there to Dylan Brierley. He was looking for 5th place, or maybe he just got very, very wide, understeered off, and then it took a while for him to get back up to speed. Let's see what happens if that's a developing problem or was just a mistake there. But certainly now it is Goldsby in the 4th place, Eustace 5th, Henry Foote in kart number 138 is sixth. There on your screen briefly was the number 132 cart of Daniel Holdsworth. So he's not only now in the race, but he's running in 8th place behind the leading rookie, number 147, Millie Hart. Now, I spoke to Millie yesterday. She was one of the interviews that we ran this morning, and saying that she won the top rookie prize at Rissington. That's really changed her outlook. She's far more confident now behind the wheel. And there's the proof in the pudding, because she is running in 7th place, looking very comfortable indeed. Brierley is in the number 101 cart. He looks as though he's recovered, so maybe he just ran wide going into Billy's that one lap. And certainly seems to be back up to speed now, chasing Daniel Holdsworth. Now behind Brierley is the number 140 cart of Sam Haller-Hinksman in 10th place, and he is holding off Aaron Mensah in 11th. Freddie Cox in 12th. Here on your screen now is the battle for 2nd place. Sabula holds off Gartside, so Ben Gartside in cart number 130, 9th in the point standings at the moment. Yeah, he was in this class last year. He checks over his shoulder. Sabula is like lightning in a bottle coming out of that final corner. He's able to keep Gartside out of his slipstream most of the way down the main drag across the start-finish line. And he's continuously checking over his shoulder. Now that is a habit that he'll have learned in DRS 62. It's a habit that he'll probably need to grow out of as he gets older and older, because you don't want to be looking over your shoulders as much as you do in DRS 62 as you go up through the classes. But at the moment, Sabula is focused. Well, he's mainly focused on what's going on in front of him. He's occasionally focused on what's happening behind him. But Gartside also flicking a look over his shoulder. I suppose at this track, more than any other, where the slipstream is so critical, the drivers do need to check, am I going to be getting towed or getting slipstreamed behind? And because if they are, then they know that they're going to be under pressure. There's Goldsby checking over his shoulder. There's Holdsworth, and there's Millie Hart. Millie Hart now under pressure from Dylan Brierley. So Holdsworth has got past Hart. Hart running in 8th place. Brierley recovering from what I assume is a brief mistake a couple of laps ago going into Billy's that cost him a couple of places. Now Alicia Palmowski is running in 17th position. Our race leader is coming up to lap a little bit of slower traffic. I think that may be the number 148 cart of Tuscany Groves. It is, and Groves gets out of the way going through there. You can see Tuscany there moving out of the way as the leaders chase her down onto the Sturmey Straight. So Millie Hart will be closing in on the slower cart very shortly. There she goes, she laps Tuscany, and Dylan Brierley right behind her. So Hart back into, well, she's in 8th place. Brierley is 9th. There's a bit of a gap behind them towards Aaron Mensah in cart number 146, who is in 10th position. And he is holding off a big group containing Sam Haller-Hinksman, Freddie Cox, Oscar Walmsley-Jones, Owen Johns, Ali Hussein, and Alicia Palmowski has now caught that group. And there's a train of 2, 4, 6, I'd say 7 drivers all battling over what is 10th place. Palmowski's caught them. He's going to start now working her way through them. And that battle is happening a little about 4 or 5 seconds behind the cart you're looking at on screen at the moment. The cart you're looking at on screen is number 132 of Daniel Holdsworth in 7th. Then there's the number 147 of Millie Hart in 8th, and the number 101 of Dylan Brierley in 9th. You see that big gap behind Brierley, and here's the scrap for 2nd. Now, Sabula and Gartside have got Goldsby, Eustace and Foot right with them as well. There's the 5 of them battling 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th on your screens. Through the hairpin, now into the horseshoe. So far, Ben Gartside has not been able to make a move on the number 135 cart of Daniel Sabula. Thomas Harvey, meanwhile, 4 seconds up the road. He starts his final lap. Here's your race leader, into Billy's, number 4, Thomas Harvey. Just as easily as he controlled the heat race, he's controlled this pre-final as well. Onto Sturmey Straight. He's got virtually the entire length of the Sturmey Straight in hand. Over this group for 2nd place, Sabula holding off Gartside for P2. Out of the hairpin, up towards the horseshoe. Behind Sabula and Gartside, Goldsby is 4th, Eustace 5th and Foot is 6th. Then it is Holdsworth 7th, Brierley 8th and Millie Hart in 9th. But it's going to be another win for Thomas Harvey. There's the checkered flag. There's Harvey, he's already crossed the line. There's Sabula, fist in the air. He's pleased with 2nd place. Gartside is happy with 3rd. And 4th across the line is Goldsby, 5th Eustace. And now we wait, there's that huge gaggle of carts being led by Sam Haller-Hinksman. who finishes in 10th place. But a rundown of the results. It's Harvey from Sabula, Gartside. Goldsby finishes in P4 in kart number 139. And behind Scott Goldsby, Cody Eustace finishes 5th. Henry Foote in 6th. Daniel Holdsworth in 7th. Dylan Brierley in 8th. Leading rookie home, Millie Hart in 9th place. Sam Haller-Hinksman rounds out the top 10 ahead of Aaron Mensah, the recovering Alicia Palmowski, Freddie Cox, Oscar Walmsley-Jones, Ali Hussein, Bryn Carlton from the back of the grid up into 16th place. Daniela Sutton finishes 17th. Owen Johns is 18th. Daniel Weir 19th. Jake Robertson 20th. And Tuscany Groves a lap down in 21st place. All 21 drivers make it to the finish. And that's good to see. And we now have one pre-final to go. It is the pre-final for DRS 125. So here's the grid for DRS 125, the pre-Grand Prix. Patrick Lay and Dan Walden on row 1. Matthew Pearce and Sam Faulkner on row 2. Ty Stansfield and Sam Cunliffe share row 3. Row 4 is Corey Elaine and Elliot Stanley. Row 5, Mark Lawrence and Carl Watt. Row 6 is Zach Parkinson and Jack Rigg. And now hopefully Tom Snape and Dave Burns, who had that incident at the start of the heat race. I can see number 312 kart of Snape is there. Now Burns was getting checked out by the paramedics during the lunch break. Wait to see if we have the driver of kart number 197 out. I don't think we do for this one. Hopefully he'll be, maybe get clearance to race in the final, though the medical team are having a look at him. Well, he was okay, but I mean, he may be done for the day, is Dave Burns. We shall see, but he's certainly not out in this one. So there is Patrick Lay just chatting away with the number 2 kart championship leader, Matthew Pearce. So they'll be starting first and third. The outside row of the grid, you've got the number 6 of Dan Walden. You can just off camera there, standing out of his kart, and then it's the driver of the black race suit, predominantly black race suit, Ty Stansfield there in kart number 3. Foot on the tyre, just waiting to go. Not the drivers. Some of them get in nice and early into the seats so they can focus. Others prefer to not get into the last possible moment. So it'll be 13 karts by the looks of it for this race. And this is the last pre-Grand Prix. At the end of this race, we will be in to the finals themselves. So a very quick turnaround time here in the DRS series. So Patrick Lay settles himself down into his kart now. Dan Walden just on the outside of on the right of your screens in kart number 6. See Walden, who did not have a great time at Rissington, only finished 9th in the final. He's 9th in the championship, but has been, you know, potential race-winning form here today. So he's going to want to be picking it there. The defending champion, Sam Faulkner. Where is the number 1 kart? Let's have a look. 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, I can only count 12 karts. I've never been accused of being the sharpest knife in the drawer. We did have 14 karts. We've got 12 karts on our screens there. I wonder if there's a problem with the number 1 plate kart of Faulkner. And he is not out there either. He should be starting from 4th on the grid, but he ain't, isn't, will not be. Faulkner not out there. So the defending champion making his seasonal debut here at the moment is missing. So is Dave Burns. And there's number 312. Great effort to get Tom Snape's kart back out there. It's obviously got a new rear axle in it. Probably a few other new components as well. Because when a rear axle is bent the shape of a banana, it normally means that other various bearings and things like that have gone the same way. So we'll have 2 rolling laps, and then it'll be an 8-minute plus 1 lap heat race pre-final for the DRS 125 karts. Here we go, into the horseshoe, the second and final rolling lap. 12 drivers in the 125 class, DRS 125, led by Patrick Lay and Dan Walden. Row 2, you have Matthew Pearce and Ty Stansfield. 8 minutes, 850 meters per lap. Clay Pigeon Raceway, we're off and racing. It's a good start from Dan Walden. Patrick Lay was a little bit slow to get going there, but now he's got the inside line for the run into Billy's blind. Hangs on to top spot. All 12 drivers round turn 1 cleanly. Now down towards the hairpin at the end of Sturmey Straight on lap number 1. There's the number 304 kart of Sam Cunliffe. Into 4th position. There's a move for 2nd, so Walden moving past Matthew Pearce for P2. And that does mean that Patrick Lay is able to make an early break. It's Lay from Waldron. Then Pearce, Cunliffe in 4th, Corey Lane up into 5th position. Stansfield not been making very good starts today as Ty Stansfield. He's down to 6th. Lawrence is 7th. Snape already up to 8th. Parkinson 9th. Watt 10th. Rigg 11th. And Elliott Stanley down to 12th. There's number 3 of Ty Stansfield now trying to work over Sam Cunliffe, who in turn is trying to get past number 308 kart of Corey Lane. And Lane is not letting Cunliffe have his way. It does mean the top 3 are beginning to pull away, but Corey Lane, don't forget, he had his best ever result with a 6th place finish at Rissington. He is at the moment 2 places better than that. He's up at the P4, so he's going to try and defend as often as he can. He's thinking to himself, yeah, I'm looking for my personal best result. You know, he checks over his shoulder, now down the Sturmey Straight, defends. Cunliffe having to defend against the number 4 kart. Oh, it's Cunliffe having to defend against the number 8 kart of Mark Lawrence. Lawrence in 6th position, so Lawrence has got past Stansfield. Stansfield down to 7th. Snape there in the white race suit in kart number 312. He runs in 8th place. Now Stansfield checks out from behind Lawrence. He's on the outside line for the run into Billy's blind, and Lawrence easily holds him off. Sam Cunliffe, no, has got to get his head down because Corey Lane has pulled out a little bit of a gap on this group. So the battle you're looking at is for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th on screen. Corey Lane runs 4th, just in front of them. It's Cunliffe in 5th, Lawrence in 6th, then the number 3 kart of Stansfield in 7th, and the 312 of Snape in 8th. Behind them, it's the number 298 kart of Carl Watt, who runs in 9th. Then it's Zach Parkinson 10th in kart 7, Jack Rigg 11th in kart 316, and Elliott Stanley 12th in kart 279. No change up front. Patrick Lay continues to lead the race by 1.3 seconds from Walden and Pearce. Then it's the 308 of Elaine. You can see that Cunliffe has been able to hold off the pressure from Mark Lawrence at the moment. Lawrence has got his hands full with Ty Stansfield and Tom Snape. We head around top end. 5 minutes plus a lap to go. There's Cunliffe checking over his shoulder again. Takes a normal line into Billy's. Lawrence runs a little bit wide. Will Stansfield be able to pounce? Not into the S's, he won't. He gets a good run onto Sturmey Straight. Lawrence is going to be defending, but no, he's not defending actually. It's Cunliffe who's a little bit more defensive, and that allows Lawrence to stay within striking distance. Lawrence didn't defend there. Here's the battle on screen though for 2nd place. Number 6, Dan Walden, and number 2, Matthew Pearce. They are, well, they're 2 seconds in front of Corey Elaine, who runs in 4th place. Whilton in the 6th, Pierce in the 2. Into Billy's we go, around that long, fast right-hander. Into the S's, and then spits you out onto the Sturmey straight. Now, set the cart up for that inside dip around the hairpin. Flings you out at the outside line. You're going to scramble back across, take the outside line for the run into the double apex left at the horseshoe. Come out wide from the horseshoe. Just doesn't matter, you know, flat out through turn number 6. Then set yourself up on the outside for a run through top bend, and then now you're back onto the start-finish straight, which, as you said, is one big left-hand bend, downhill. You come around the left-hand little kink, just past the start-finish line, then you set yourself up for the run into the fast right at Billy's, and that is another lap of Clay Pigeon in the books. One corner leads into another corner, leads into another corner. Fantastic momentum-based circuit. The drivers, although it's short, the drivers do tend to like this track a lot because of the type of racing it produces and the fact that, yeah, you know, you can make a breakaway, as Patrick Lay is doing, but also there's, you know, a lot of times we see races boiling down to a group of karts battling over the win at the end of it, like we saw in DRS 62, and like we're seeing for, well, the minor placings in DRS 100 and 125. 3 minutes to go. Whilton still keeping Pierce at bay. The gap to the race leader now growing to 2.8 seconds as Patrick Lay did exactly what Thomas Harvey did in the DRS 100 class. He's now just controlling the pace nice. He's not overusing his tyres. He's maybe probably keeping a little bit in hand just in case he needs it before the day is over. But at the moment, Patrick Lay has been, let's say, almost head and shoulders above the rest of them in terms of outright race pace, as he bids to try and overhaul that driver in kart number 2 in the championship point standings. Into the horseshoe we go. Whilton, who finished yesterday as the fastest man in practice, and at the end of the day yesterday there's like a 15-minute practice session, 12-minute practice session to, you know, to almost replicate a race distance, and in that, Dan Whilton was the quickest of all. So we've lost Zach Parkinson, we've lost Elliot Stanley, so we're down to 10 drivers at the moment. Carl Watson, I think we got to a stage where maybe 1 or 2 drivers at the back of the field are now starting to think to themselves, well, there's no real point in carrying on. I'm going to be starting on the 5th or 6th row. Let's save the tyres a little bit. There is Cunliffe in 4th. Here is Stansfield battling with Snape in kart number 312. That is for 7th and 8th place, or sorry, from 6th and 7th place. Mark Lawrence in kart 8 is just behind them in 8th. Then it is Watt and Rigg. They're the only 2 other karts running, so we've lost Parkinson and Stanley to the pits. Perhaps going to save their equipment for the final. There is Tom Snape, of course, had a DNS in the first heat. He obviously took the start, got involved in that accident. Of course, the race was completely restarted without Snape and Dave Burns, which is why he's classified as a did not start. So he does need to keep going and try to get as many points as possible. 45 seconds to go. Here's Mark Lawrence chasing Ty Stansfield around Billy's. Stansfield in turn chasing Snape. Snape in turn is chasing Cunliffe. And Cunliffe is 2 seconds behind Corey Elaine, who's having his best drive so far. 4th place in kart number 308 for Corey Elaine. There briefly is the scrap for 2nd. There is Elaine in 4th. Whilton still is P2. Pierce is P3. They're nearly 5 seconds now behind it. And there's a move. Pierce looked to the inside briefly, but then backed out of it. Coming into Billy's on lap number 14. The race clock is about to strike 0. Next time about, they'll get the last lap board. Patrick Lay commanding lead. Whilton and Pierce 2nd and 3rd. Can kart 2 move into P2 before the end of the next lap? We'll be starting the last lap very soon. Lay flashing across the start-finish line now. He's into his final lap. Around Billy's he goes, untroubled from behind, through the S's. Whilton has got it. Well, he's kept Pierce at bay there on the run into Billy's. Next question is, can The number 6 driver, Keep Pierce, who gets sideways. Pierce all crossed up coming out of the S's. That was giving it maximum attack and just overcooked it on the curbs ever so slightly. And that has given Dan Wall just a couple of kart lengths of breathing space. And I think that's given him just enough breathing space to hang on to P2. But Patrick Lay comes across the start-finish line. He takes the checkered flag. There he goes. Now we wait for Dan Wall to finish in second. And eventually, he does it quite comfortably. Pierce comes home in third. A best ever result for Corey Lane in 4th position. And then the battle of the 5th is won by Sam Cunliffe. Snape finishes in 6th. Stansfield comes home in 7th. Behind Stansfield, finishing P8 overall, was number 8, Mark Lawrence. 9th for Carl Watt and 10th for Jack Rigg. Sadly, Zach Parkinson and Elliot Stanley failed to finish. And even more sadly, Sam Faulkner and Dave Burns failed to start. So that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the pre-finals here at the second round of the 2020 Daniel Ricciardo Series. The main finals themselves, 10 minutes for DRS 62, 12 minutes for DRS 100 and DRS 125. Not a lot of time to get the karts turned around, and 2:45 local time in 9 minutes time. We will have the next race out, the DR2 Grand Final, DRS 62 Grand Final. The drivers are settled down on their dummy grid. The race is due to start in 9 minutes. Whilst they make some few front adjustments. I'll be back on the commentary in about 2 minutes' time. Thank you very much. So there is a look down at the starting lineup. Oh dear, there's a look at one of our DRS 62 Dan's, just getting a picture for the collection. There's Archie Harron, and again that's Josh Turble's dad taking the photo of Archie Harron, and and the front. Josh Turble starts behind them, just to give you a show that the parents are obviously there working with their own sons and daughters' karts, but guarantee if one of those drivers, here's the grid, Archie Harron and Jamie Gurney will share the front row. Now, this is based on the points they've accumulated throughout the day. Josh Turnbull and Jamie Scott are on row 2. Sherry-Ann Powell and Jack Robinson are on row 3. Ollie Morris and George Barker are on row 4. Jasmine Taylor and Harry Bartle are on row 5. Rory Armstrong and Ewan Scott are on row 6. Row 7 is Adam Bourne with Eddie Stewart. Finley Lines and Jackson Lane is on row 8. Thomas Spearing, now hopefully Thomas is out there in kart number 124. He starts 17th with Jamie Warner. And then Maximilian Reed and James Roberts on row 10. Daxton Groves and Oscar Cole, row 11. Now, Connor Scarisbrick, he had that win earlier, but of course he had that exclusion as well. He is down in 23rd on the grid, so he's got it all to do again. Archie Pitts-Drake, 24th. Zach McDonald and Archie Cole round out the field. So, of course, Scarisbrick, you're thinking, why is he? He had a 7th in the heat, and then he won the pre-final. Yeah, but he scored 0 points for an exclusion in qualifying. That is why he is down there, and he's got it all to do again. He's got 10 minutes, a little bit longer time to do that. Now, before we went through the grid, I was saying that, you'll see that because each driver is only allowed, one mechanic, and it's generally the parents. But you will see that if one driver has a problem down the dummy grid, then you'll see other parents and helpers trying to make sure that child, they are children, aged between 8 and 13, those drivers do go out. Now, a couple of them, oh wow, we know you've got some umbrellas going out. This is the life of a racing driver. I'm just going to sit here, cool my fevered brow. There's one dad there. Oh, driver turns around, Jamie Scott turns around in kart number 6 and says, well, no, Dad, actually, it's me that needs to drive the umbrella. You just cool me off. I don't mind you getting a sunburn. It is now very warm, and there we go. Hold your own umbrella, Jamie. How's that? There we are. Goes think the professional racing drivers, they got someone else to hold their umbrella. I know, but you're a cadet. And this is Clay Pigeon, not Monte Carlo. Although I'm saying that, though, Clay Pigeon, this is where Lando Norris and Jenson Button both started their karting careers. Jenson Button from nearby Frome and in Somerset, and Lando Norris from Glastonbury, which is also down by your, in this neck of the woods, which is right down by your, it is, not over by there, it's down by your. Clay Pigeon, Dorset. I loves it, I do. Archie Heron at the moment loving it in kart number 3, because he starts this race from pole position. We had a 7-kart battle for honours in the pre-final. Now Archie will be listening. He'll be thinking to himself, right, I want to try and break away. But he knows the chances of breaking away in this race are small. And the chances are that there's going to be a lot of drivers with him to battle with throughout this race. Not if you agree, Archie. Yes, he agrees. Lots of drivers to battle with. There we go. This is excellent communication. Shows they're listening. Josh Turnbull's nodding, saying, yes, I'm going to be right behind him all the way. And then I'm going to overtake him, and hopefully I'm going to win this race. And number 4 kart of Jamie Gurney's thinking, yeah, you guys carry on. I'm going to come and do you all. And Sherry Ann Power at the back there. She's saying, right, I hope my dad's not undoing my tyre. I hope he's doing it nice and tight, because I plan on having a really good start. No, he's an Allen key. Just careful. You don't want to let him loose with an Allen key. Sherry's thinking... Sherry's having a really good day as well. Also having an excellent day is driver number 106, Yasmin Taylor. She's been, she had a strong 7th place finish in the pre-final. She's starting a little bit behind there. I think you can see in the red jacket, that's Andy Taylor, her dad, just giving her a couple of words, final words of advice. Jasmine, don't listen to a word he says. No, I'm joking. Jasmine's got her own plans going out there. But again, this is, you know, the drivers, you've seen how close this DRS 62 class is, but the majority of them, they're all, you know, good friends, and they all support each other. The parents all support each other as well. And this paddock is very different to a lot of other paddocks in karting. You know, not so much this year, obviously, with social distancing, but quite often, certainly last season, you could see, you know, groups of parents also, they park their, like, their camper vans, or they park their kart vans, you know, sort of like, you know, like in a square. So you've got one central sort of area to work from. They can all chill out and have a beer, and well, the kids can't. The kids can have you know, an early night and be racing drivers. The parents can have, you know, a beer, and they can eat together, and they can all sit round and enjoy the Saturday night at the circuit, which is part of the social side of karting that has been sort of forgotten about and lost a little bit in the last decade or so as the big teams have come in and taken over. But of course, this championship, no teams, and it does mean that it's a lot more friendly. You know, a lot more people stay at the circuit, and a lot more people normally, under normal circumstances, and a lot more people socialise together off track. But the racing is always just as fearsome on track indeed. Now, Archie Heron's having a little look over his shoulder just to remind himself who's where. We've got about 2 minutes to go before the start of this race. Hopefully all 26 drivers are going to go out, and hopefully none of them are going to spin on the rolling lap. Now, of course, Matt Daniels has had his word with them, and they should all be behaving themselves nicely. And I have to say, the temperature has gone up considerably. It was due to about 22, 23 degrees. And yeah, you can see Heron getting a little bit, you know, getting a bit of a breeze in the mask there. And yeah, they need a fan. So I think what Turnbull and Heron are doing there, they need an assistant to come over and just sort of like wave a fan to keep them cool. Like the sound of that, they do. Yep, nodding their heads. And again, this commentary going out not only to our friends watching the Alpha live stream back home, and there are people tuning in from all over the place. Family members, drivers who aren't here, and just general fans of top-level kart racing. And so we're now waiting. This is the grand final for DRS 62, set to start very shortly indeed. There's a signal to start the engines. Green flag waves, out onto the circuit we go. Grand final time here at round 2 of the 2020 Daniel Ricciardo Series at the Clay Pigeon Raceway in Dorset. 10 minutes plus 1 lap to decide who takes the honours. And of course, there's no trophy presentation here because of the social distancing rules. The drivers get their trophies at the end of this race as soon as the scrutineer is happy that they have passed technical inspection. Archie Heron in kart number 3, Jamie Gurney in kart number 4, Josh Turnbull in kart number 7. Up at the front, also set to play a major role, the number 8 of Sherry Ann Powell, the number 6 of Jamie Scott, number 106 of Jasmine Taylor, and watch for driver 121 Connor Scarisbrick to make big early progress. But it's Heron in kart 3, Gurney in kart 4, championship leader and winner at Rissington last time out, Turnbull in kart number 7, and then you have Scott in kart 6, Sherry Ann Powell in kart 8. Some of the leading rookies, the likes of Rory Armstrong, George Barker, Harry Bartle. Watch for Jasmine Taylor in kart 106. Watch for Connor Scarisbrick in kart 121. Looks like they're behaving themselves much better now in this race. There is Scarisbrick at the back of the field. Black crash helmet, green graphics on the helmet. Andy Cox telling them nice and slow, nice and slow, nice and slow. They come to the line. Lights are out. We're off and racing here. 10 minutes plus a lap in the grand final for DRS. Oh, and there's a spin. And there's 2 karts, 3 karts, 4 karts spinning. And who is that? Oh, Scarisbrick. No, it's 113 is one of them, Ollie Morris. So Morris, from a really good grid position, has lost ground there. Couldn't quite see all the numbers. We'll pick them up as they come around, but it is Archie Heron who leads, Josh Turnbull in 2nd, Jamie Gurney is 3rd, Sherry Ann Powell up into 4th place. Then it's Jamie Scott in 5th. In 6th position, looks like the leading rookie at the moment. Trying to see who that is. I think that is number 127 card of Harry Bartle. End of lap number 1. Yellow flags waving at this corner, Billy's Point. You can see 2 or 3 drivers still at the side of the circuit. And I'm hoping that all those drivers are going in single file as they pass the yellow flags. Let's see. It is Heron, Turnbull, Gurney. They come into top bend. Now there's still karts on the circuit at the outside of Billy's. You've got several DRS series officials on track. And if I have to say, whilst we're watching that, the score in the commentary box is now Henry 2, Wasps 0, which is an improvement over 1-0, which was the score a minute ago. Let's see. They're still racing down there. It is Heron, Turnbull, Gurney, Powell, Scott, Bartle, Barker, Armstrong, Robinson, Taylor. That's your top 10. Ewan Scott 11th, Bourne 12th. Then it's Lines, Roberts, Warner, Scarisbrick 16th. Then it's Oscar Cole. Then behind Oscar Cole, it is the number 116 kart of... Now that's the driver that's not on my entry list. A. Cole. Archie Pitts-Drake is 19th. Ollie Morris recovering in 20th position. On to lap number 4. Still Heron. Look at that chain of karts at the front of the grid. Sorry, it's Archie Cole in 21st. Archie Pitts-Drake 22nd. Eddie Stewart, Jackson Lane and Max Reed are out of this one. And I don't think James Roberts is out there. And I don't think, sadly, we had Thomas Spearing out for this one. So we're down to 22 drivers in this early stages of the race. Heron. Turnbull. There is Gurney in 3rd. Sherry Ann Powell chasing him on in 4th place. Around Billy's. Now the track is finally clear. And lap 5, no yellow flags there. Behind Powell, Jamie Scott. And look at the leading rookies. Bartle in kart number 127. Number 123 of Barker. Then it's Armstrong. And of course, then we've got number 129 of Jack Robinson. Robinson, of course, who was fast in qualifying, then spun on the rolling lap of the first heat and had to start at the back. There's Sherry Ann Powell holding off Jamie Scott for 4th place. Heron leads, but only by 700 of a second from Turnbull. Gurney is 8/10 back, but he's still in the slipstream. There's 4th and 5th, 4th and 5th. Sherry Ann Powell in 4th, and Scott in 5th. 6th is the leading rookie, Bartle, under pressure from Barker, coming around Billy's into the chicane, side by side for the top rookie position, and it's Bartle who comes out in front. Bartle now up into 6th position. Barker is 7th, Armstrong 8th, Robinson 9th, and Jasmine Taylor right in the back of that group in 10th place. Let's have a little look where Jasmine Taylor is. So you've got the 4 black plate white numbered drivers, and then the 106 of Taylor. We've got a little bit of a damaged NASA panel by the looks of it, so maybe she may have been caught up a little bit in that first lap incident, but Taylor now trying to close in and slipstream past these 4 leading rookies. Great battle. So all these 4 drivers, first-year championship drivers. 1-2-7, Harry Bartle leads the 1-2-3, does he? Oh, Armstrong up the inside briefly. Bartle hangs on. Then it's the number 129 of Robinson and the 63 of Barker, and then all this battling is allowing Jasmine Taylor in car number 106 to close right in. Now, Taylor, an extra year's worth of experience for her. We've got a change of lead. Josh Turnbull, the Rissington winner, has moved into top spot. They're coming up to lap a slower driver, and I think, well, not so much of a slower driver. It's one of the drivers that is recovering from that first lap incident. I think it's the number 116 kart of Archie Cole. Now, what will he do? Because you've got Turnbull. No, you've got it is Turnbull in the 7. Then the 4 of Gurney, then the 3 of Heron, and you can see Cole getting out of the way. Good driving there by Archie Cole to get out of the way. Top 3 are clear. Jamie Scott, I think, has got 4th place now, just in front of Sherry Ann Powell, but they've dropped away a bit, so it's a 3-kart battle. Now it's still Powell in 4th, Scott in 5th, but they are over a second and a half behind this group, the top 3 on circuit. Scott 4th, Powell 5th. Then another gap of a second back to the leading rookies, 1.5 seconds in fact. Bartle, Armstrong, Robinson and Barker, and they have got Taylor right with them. Then it's Adam Bourne in 11th, Ewan Scott 12th, Scaris Brickley's up into 13th place. Then it's Roberts 14th, Lyons 15th, Warner 16th, Morris 17th, McDonald 18th, Oscar Cole 19th, and Daxton Groves rounds out the top 20. Four minutes to go. And Gurney has the lead in kart number 4. There's the battle for 4th place on your screen. Number 6, Jamie Scott leads Sherry Ann Powell by about a length and a half of a kart into Billy's. Again, Sherry Ann Powell got a good run through the inside. Bounces over the curbs. Onto Sturmey straight we go. There's the leader, number 4, flashing across your screen. He has got his hands full with Turnbull in the 7 and Heron in the 3. Turnbull looks to the inside coming into the horseshoe, but he stays second. Now, here's this leading rookie battle. There's Barker trying to get to the inside of Armstrong. Leading at the moment in this group is the number 127 of Bartle. So Harry Bartle is 6th overall and having a great run. Jasmine Taylor at the back of this group in kart number 106. Now, what can Jasmine do? She's got 2 karts side by side in front of her. Now will she try and sweep wide on the entrance to the corner to duck underneath coming through Billy's? Oh, Armstrong in the number 123 runs a little bit wide. Barker gets him back. Onto Sturmey straight we go. And let's have a little look. Will Taylor look to the inside into the hairpin? No, she follows the line of the number 123 kart. We've got 3 minutes to go. And again, Barker looks to the inside of driver number 129. That is Jack Robinson. Jack Robinson holds on. This is all helping the number 127 of Harry Bartle, who was pulling away a little bit. There goes Conor Scarisbrick through your screen briefly. He is in 13th place, but the problem he's got is that he's got nearly 2 seconds to make up before he gets to the 12th place driver, number 92, Ewan Scott. Here are the leaders once again. Lap number 12, 2.25 minutes to go. Into the hairpin, out of the hairpin, up towards the horseshoe. Gurney leads, Turnbull second. Passing another slower kart that is touring back to the pits. I think that might be Archie Pitts Drake, who is about to retire. There they go. Gurney, Turnbull and Heron. Just like that, into Billy's blind. for the 13th time. Number 4, Jamie Gurney has the lead. Third in the final at Rissington. Second in the championship. Turnbull has that championship lead, but will want to take this win regardless. Again, a 4-round championship, not really enough rounds to play a tactical game. It's try and win every race you can. Every point matters. More than what would the normal 8-round championship be. And there is Archie Heron in kart 3, the pole sitter. Got a little bit of work to do now. He's got just over a minute to close back in, but Jamie Gurney is stretching his lead ever so slightly. He is going so quickly that Turnbull can't get on terms with him. Gurney defends a little bit down the Sturmey straight, but then pulls out and takes the wide line into the hairpin. Turnbull can't quite get on terms with the race leader. Another slower kart in front of them now. That's that is Thomas Spearing, who has gone out in kart number 124. Is it? Let's have a little look there. No, it's number 126, sorry, of Daxton Groves in 20th position, who is about to be put a lap down. Now, Daxton will see the blue flags coming up very shortly. We'll see the marshal post halfway down the Sturmey straight probably display a blue flag. No, we don't. And Groves gets out of the way. Very good driving there. Very good awareness by Daxton Groves. Here's Sherry-Ann Powell, who is in 5th position, chasing Jamie Scott. Still 6th, the leading rookie, Harry Bartle. Jasmine Taylor is up at the 9th place now, so it's Bartle in 6th, Barker 7th, Robinson in 8th, Taylor 9th, and then Armstrong down to 10th position. Bourne still runs 11th from Ewan Scott, and Scarisbrick is 12th. Is 13th, rather. So, last lap begins. Number 4, Jamie Gurney. Has he done enough? It certainly looks like he knows he doesn't have to defend now, does Jamie Gurney. He's checked over his shoulder once in this lap. He doesn't need to check over his shoulder going down the Sturmey straight. He's a little bit too defensive, though. Is that going to give Joshua Turnbull half a whiff of victory? I don't think it will. Josh Turnbull is more preoccupied with making sure that Archie Heron doesn't get through. There's a lapped kart in front of them, but that's not going to bother Jamie Gurney. And, oh, maybe it does. The lap driver doesn't know which side Jamie Gurney's on. Gurney has to go around the outside there. But he hangs on. Oh, it was a very nervous last corner with the lap driver not quite sure where the leaders were. But number 4, Jamie Gurney, takes the unofficial victory, subject, of course, to post-race scrutineering. Gurney wins from Turnbull in second, so the championship leader finishing second this time out, Jamie Gurney. That's his best result, obviously, so far. Archie Heron, well, a solid 3rd place finish. That's good for his championship. He will finish 3rd. Jamie Scott finishes 4th. Another top 5 result for Sherry-Ann Powell. She was 5th at Rissington. She was 5th here. Leading rookie home. A fantastic 6th place finish for Harry Bartle. Well, he was 10th at Rissington, but he needed to go a lot better. He needed to finish the top 6 to be the top rookie here, and he did so. Then it's George Barker in 7th. Jasmine Taylor comes home in 8th place. That's a great top 10 result for Jasmine. 9th for Rory Armstrong. 10th for Connor Scarisbrick. What an up and down day he has had. But Scarisbrick, 3rd in the championship, salvaging, I suppose, the best he could after that exclusion from qualifying. Adam Bourne finishes 11th. Jack Robinson comes home in 12th. Then Ewan Scott, James Roberts in 14th, and Ollie Morris recovers well after his spin on the opening lap. He finishes 15th. Ahead of Finley Lines, Jamie Warner, Zach McDonald, Oscar Cole, and rounding out the top 20, Daxton Groves, with Archie Pitstrake and Archie Cole next. Sadly, Eddie Stewart, Jackson Lane, Max Reed, and Thomas Spearing failed to finish. That was the DRS 62 final. We are now going to be underway shortly with the DRS 100 Grand Final. That is up next. Can anybody beat Thomas Harvey? Well, Harvey, a perfect point score so far. Starts from pole position. Alongside him on the front row, the driver that has been second for most of the day, but not quick enough to get on terms with anybody. That is Daniel Cebula. Cebula in P2. The outside of row 1 in cart number 135. Ben Gartside and Dylan Brierley will start on row 2. Scott Goldsby and Alicia Palmowski on row 3. Daniel Holdsworth and Henry Foote on row 4. Cody Eustace and Millie Hart round out the top 10. Hart, the leading rookie in kart number 147, but her main rival today, Sam Haller-Hinksman, is right behind her in P11 on the grid in kart number 140, ahead of Oscar Walmsley-Jones. Row number 7 is Aaron Mensah and Freddie Cox. Daniela Sutton, one of 5 rookies in the field on her first, I believe, DRS outing. She's done well to qualify 15th for the grand final. Bryn Calder on the outside of row 8, and Owen Johns and Ali Hussein, they share row number 9. Row 10 is Daniel Weir and Jake Robinson, with Tuscany Groves rounding out the 21 kart field. In this, the penultimate race of the day, here at round 2 of the 2020 Daniel Ricciardo Series at Clay Pigeon Raceway. And there's a couple of high fives. There's a good luck. So, oh, that looked like Archie Heron from the DRS 62 grid, jumping onto the DRS 100 grid just to say good luck to his mate Daniel Cebula. And of course, Cebula was one of the drivers in this class last year, so he's still got lots of friends in the DRS 62 class. And some of the older drivers are thinking, oh, good, I couldn't think of anything worse than some bouncing, squeaking little cadet coming over at the start of the final. But of course, you know, they're now teenagers. They're greasy spot the horrible teenagers. Daniel Cebula is still sort of, you know, young and in the fruits of life. But again, it's great to see. Here comes another DRS 62 driver. There he goes. He's giving Millie Hart the thumbs up. Well, it's great to see. They just finished their race. They go, oh no, we got to go and say good luck to the bigger girls and boys. And that'll be that. So Thomas Harvey just waiting to be given the signal to start engines. This race set to start in approximately 3 minutes' time. This will be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. And that's really tickled me. You know, in other championships, as soon as the cadets get out of the kart, they just, you know, they sent back to their awnings, or they've got to go and, you know, look at the technical data, the debrief, or they're whisked away. No, Daniel Ricciardo Series, as soon as the cadets, the youngest drivers, get out of the karts, they bounce across to the grid to wish good luck to their mates in the next one. You know, the older drivers are like, oh, okay, thank you very much indeed. So Harvey in kart 4, Cebula, kart 135, Gartside, kart 130, and then just can't see the number. You can see the white crash helmet there on the outside of row 2. That's 101, Dylan Brierley. Row 3 is Scott Goldsby and Alicia Palmowski. Now, a WASP update. It is 2-0 to me in the commentary box. Now, I think we have a third contender who is now looking at me on the outside. Luckily for the WASP, he's on the outside of the window. But I have now an empty bottle of Coca-Cola ready to strike. If you, you know, the only bad thing about being on a nice late summer when the weather is hot is that the wasps are all a little bit dozy and docile. They should be ready to die by now, and then suddenly, you know, there's a nice hot weather, so they're a little bit sort of not sure what's going on. They got a bit of a hangover. But let's see. And of course, I've got the window, I've got the door open here because it's rather warm, and this lovely glass commentary box here generates an awful lot of heat and all the hot air that I blow out as well. Make it a little bit uncomfortably hot. Now the grid, still waiting. There is one whistle. Engines are fired. And out we go onto the circuit, nearly. Engines are all fired. There's a green flag waves. And we are out on track for the penultimate time here today. 21 DRS 100 drivers, 2 rolling laps, and then their final of 12 minutes plus a lap. So, 2 rolling laps. Thomas Harvey will bring them under control. Oh dear, number 137, that is Owen Johns, who has failed to get going. So unfortunately, Owen Johns doesn't look like he's going to take the start for this one. He's been so improved this year in terms of his outright pace. He's not going to get a chance to show it here in this next race, sadly. So we're down to 20 runners. So Thomas Harvey, he's got to try and maintain focus. All he's got to do is get around that first corner cleanly. If he can get some clear air, he knows he's got the pace to pull away. He's got to judge this bit right, though. We're off and racing. Now Sabula on the outside. Gets a good start, but Harvey has the inside line. He runs a little bit wide. Can Ben Gartside get to the inside as they come through the first chicane? It looks as though Harvey has held on to the lead, but Gartside, that was a very, very close one. Gartside again to the inside. No, Goldsby in 3rd place. Outside, Holdsworth is out with the 4th place. So Sabula, well, Sabula bet the house on getting away from the start. He got alongside Thomas Harvey for the run down towards, but oh, and there's somebody pulling off the track. I think that might have been Ben Gartside coming it through turn number 6, and it was. Goldsby now into P2. So Thomas Harvey, he was briefly headed going into Billy's by Daniel Sabula, but Harvey then ran a little bit wide. Sabula on the outside had no choice but to go even wider. Gartside almost got at the inside, but then ran wide coming up through turn 6, and it is. So not only has Thomas Harvey found himself in with a big advantage at the front of the field, his nearest rival, Daniel Sabula, is down in 4th position. It's Goldsby 2nd, Holdsworth 3rd, then it's Sabula in 4th, Eustace is 5th, Brierley 6th, Gartside recovering in 7th, Foote is 8th, Palmowski is 9th, and Sam Haller-Hinksman is the leading rookie at the moment in 10th position. Oh, so it could have gone horribly wrong for Thomas Harvey there, but it actually has turned out probably the best result that he has had on the first lap all day. And arguably, it comes out that he made his worst start of the day, because Daniel Sabula timed it perfectly, and I said he bet the house on getting around the outside of Harvey going through turn number 1. As pretty much that was his only shot at victory, and he would have known that because nobody else is able to hold a candle to Harvey once Harvey gets into clean air. So Sabula thought, well, if I'm going to get him, I've got to get him at the start, and he ran a little bit too wide. But hey, better to attempt to pass and fail than just sit there and wonder what might have been. Now Sabula and side by side with Cody Eustace. Oh, and Eustace there coming across to take his line going into turn number 6. Sabula trying to go around the outside. That didn't work. And Sabula then has to back out of it there and has lost another place. And Cody Eustace thinking, no, come on, think. So Sabula down to 6th position. Dylan Brierley is down to 8th place. Now Ben Gartside, he briefly got 2nd. He almost briefly got the lead halfway through the first corner, because when Sabula ran wide and Harvey ran a little bit wide, Gartside almost got to the inside, but then briefly ran 2nd, and then slipped back after running off track at turn 6, which is here on the first lap. But at the end of lap number 4, Thomas Harvey, make that the end of lap number 5, Thomas Harvey leads Scott Goldsby in kart number 139 by a massive 2 seconds. Holdsworth is 3rd. And Daniel Holdsworth there just checking over his shoulder to make sure where is it. There's a move. That in the green racer is Henry Foote diving at the inside of what? He was trying to get past Dylan. He did get past Dylan Brierley. He was trying to get past Alicia Palmowski as well. But Palmowski is 7th. So we're just chasing, this is the group on screen, 6th, 7th. There is 2nd place, Scott Goldsby. 3rd for Holdsworth. 4th, Eustace. 5th, Gartside. Then this snarling pack led by Daniel Sabula, who's under pressure from Alicia Palmowski. Palmowski this time makes the move stick at Billy's blind, although Sabula trying to come back at Palmowski. Wheel to wheel. Coming onto the Sturmey straight, and Henry Foote on the outside. Oh, we're 3 wide into the hairpin, and that looked like Brierley, was it? No, it was 1-4-6. Aaron Mensah trying to make it 3 wide, and he's fallen back a little bit. And oh, and Daniel Sabula is getting, now he's been caught in a real sort of elbows out, tougher nails battle. Sabula is not able to utilise the pace he's got in that kart. Now behind the 101 kart of Brierley, here is your lead, your rookie battle for the top rookie spot. Millie Hart in kart 147 picks up 11th place, passing the rival Sam Haller-Hinksman. Haller-Hinksman comes back at Millie Hart. The 2 leading rookies, 11th and 12th, and behind them there's a spin, and that is number 128 of Oscar Walmsley-Jones going off, and I couldn't quite see who the other driver was. It may have been Freddie Cox, it may have been Ali Hussein. We'll find out next time around. But I said, so Harvey leads Goldsby by 2.5 seconds. There's the lead battle, the lead karts, no battling going on there. Gartside is back into 3rd place. So where is Cody Eustace? Or did we just miss Cody Eustace going through? There is Gartside and Holdsworth battling for 4th position. Or is this now battling for 3rd? What has happened to Cody Eustace? So I'm going to see, where is the number 134 kart? Have we got a kart slowing down potentially? Yes, we do. Eustace is falling down the order, so a mechanical issue, I believe, for Cody Eustace. I can't see a kart off at the side of the circuit. So Goldsby checks over his shoulder and thinks, oh, that's a bigger gap than I had before. Gartside now runs in 3rd. Holdsworth in 4th. So this battle on screen is for the final podium position as things stand. We've still got half the race to go, those 6 minutes remaining. Palmowski is up at the 5th position. Foote is 6th. Sabula 7th. Mensah is 8th. Haller-Hinksman is the leading rookie in 9th, followed by Millie Hart in 10th. Ali Hussein is next. Dylan Brierley has fallen all the way back to 12th place. Freddie Cox is 13th. Then it is Daniela Sutton in 14th. Daniel Weir is 15th. Eustace has come across the line in 16th position. Robinson is 17th. Calder is 18th. Walmsley-Jones is 19th. And Tuscany Groves rounds out your top 20. So 1-3-0. Ben Gartside runs in 3rd place at the moment, with Holdsworth in the number 132 right behind him. They go through the horseshoe through turn number 6. You can see Goldsby clear in front. Scott Goldsby in kart number 139 finished 7th in the final at Rissington, but scored really consistent points all day. He's actually 3rd in the championship at the moment, is Scott Goldsby, and this 2nd place run couldn't come at a better time for him. New fastest lap for Thomas Harvey on lap number 11. He's still got 5 minutes to go, and closing in on Gartside and Holdsworth is number 9, Alicia Palmowski. So Palmowski's had a spin today. She's had to battle her way up. Can she get another podium? Finishing 2nd last time out at Rissington. She waited until the last lap there to get the job done. Now behind Palmowski is number 138 Henry Foote, and Henry Foote has got Daniel Sabula right behind him. So 4.5 minutes to go. Foote and Sabula will be trying to work together to maybe catch this battle, although Ben Gartside in 3rd place now beginning to pull away a little bit from Daniel Holdsworth. So Palmowski needs to make her move on Holdsworth now if she's got any chance of a podium, you have to say, because Gartside is pulling clear. Ben Gartside in kart number 130 finished 9th at Rissington, so a podium would be a very, very welcome boost for him here at Clay Pigeon. Thomas Harvey, meanwhile, wow, absolutely dominating things here. His lead, 36.045 second lap for Harvey. Goldsby somewhere back in 2nd. Palmowski briefly gets alongside, but on the outside around Billy's blind. Holdsworth hangs on to P4. Good stuff there from Daniel Holdsworth. Now the more that Holdsworth fends off Palmowski. The further away Gartside in front of them will get, but the closer Foot and Sabula will get behind them, because there is number 138 Henry Foot, and behind him is number 135 Daniel Sabula. They're closing in now. What will Palmowski do this time? Does she look to the inside? Yes, she does. Although Holdsworth still has a better momentum on the outside line. Holdsworth hangs on, but number 130 Ben Gartside is getting further and further away in front of them. 3 minutes to go. Palmowski again gets alongside, getting alongside Holdsworth, coming out of the hairpin, but Holdsworth has the inside line for the run round horseshoe and through turn number 6. At some point, Palmowski is going to have to really throw the kitchen sink at this move. Coming round the kink, will she dive up the inside going to Billy? She's already tried it once and it went wrong in the pre-final. Holdsworth taking a wider line into Billy's. That means he's got a better run out of the S's here. Onto Sturmey straight. He checks over his shoulder. Palmowski looks to the inside. Palmowski makes the move. Up into P4. And Holdsworth has held his line very, very well there, but he's had to give best. Now, a little bit further back, 2.5 minutes to go. Harvey continues to lead from Goldsby, Gartside, with Palmowski 4th, Holdsworth 5th. Foot is 6th, Sabula 7th, Mensah is 8th, and Aaron Mensah is just in front of Sam Haller-Hinksman and Millie Hart, who continue to battle for 9th place overall and the honour of top rookie. Hussein is 11th, Brierley 12th, Eustace 13th. Brierley and Eustace will both be kicking themselves. They've had podium pace this weekend, but at the moment it looks like they're going to be outside the top 10 when it matters most. Weir is 15th, Sutton is 16th, Calder 17th, Robinson 18th, Walmsley Jones 19th, and Tuscany Groves rounds out the top 20. There's the leader, number 4, Thomas Harvey, absolute class of his own. In a rhythm, in a zone. Oh, and there's Eustace, who's finally retired the number 134 cart. He jogs across the track here, but Scott Goldsby is a long way behind the number 4 cart. In fact, Thomas Harvey again has got the entire length of the Sturmey straight. Here is Goldsby. Gartside closing in on Goldsby. Has Ben Gartside got a sniff of second position with just over a minute of this race remaining? Through. Top bend we go. Goldsby checking over his shoulder. He now sees how close that Ben Gartside is, and that's probably given him something to worry about over the last minute or so of this race. Ben Gartside with the bit between his teeth. Now, a little bit further back there, I'm seeing as they come out of the S on the Sturmey straight, Ben Gartside's going to try and size up a move if he can. Palmowski is 2 seconds behind this battle, so she is no longer a factor for the podium. Holdsworth is still 5th, Foot is 6th, and I'm looking, there is a gap of about a cigarette paper's width between the 2 leading rookies in 9th and 10th, and it's number 140, Sam Haller-Hinksman, who has the advantage over Millie Hart. Here comes Gartside, who has caught Scott Goldsby. 20 seconds to go. Thomas Harvey, 5.5 seconds up the road. Here we go. Game on for second place. Ben Gartside to the inside of Goldsby at the hairpin. He makes the move. Great result there from Gartside. He even says thank you to Scott Goldsby for not defending too much. Scott Goldsby like, that's all right, I'm going to get you back now. Don't worry, I'll be just as gentlemanly when I repass you for second place in the next lap or so. We're on the final lap, lap 21 here at Clay Pigeon. Thomas Harvey en route to victory. Who's going to be second? Is it Gartside or Goldsby? There's Henry Foot chasing the number 132 cart of Holdsworth. Holdsworth runs a little bit wide, going into Billy's. Henry Foot trying to wrestle 6th place away from Holdsworth. They're chased by number 146, Aaron Mensah. Mensah is a long way back in 8th place. Ali Hussein's up to 9th and Dylan Briley's up to 10th. So the 2 rookies have battled themselves out of the top 10. It's still Sam Haller-Hinksman who leads, but there's the checkered flag. A perfect day for Thomas Harvey, and Ben Gartside by a cart length gets second from Scott Goldsby. Palmowski's 3rd, Palmowski's 4th, Sabula is 5th, Holdsworth 6th, Henry Foot 7th, Mensah Hussein. Who's going to be the leading rookie? It is Millie Hart on the last lap. Takes lead rookie honours from Sam Haller-Hinksman. Well, Sam Haller-Hinksman finished 19th at Rissington and he finishes 12th here. That's his best ever result. Likewise for Millie Hart. Well, to win top rookie in this class at Rissington, you had to finish 16th in the final. To win best rookie in this class at Clay Pigeon, you had to finish in the top 11. And that is what Millie Hart has done. But what a battle between her and Sam Hinksman all day. Behind the top 12, we have 13th place across the line was Freddie Cox. 14th for Daniel Weir. Daniela Sutton is the next third best rookie home in 15th position. Bryn Calder comes home in 16th place. Jake Robinson 17th. Oscar Walmsley-Jones 18th. Tuscany Groves 19th. Sadly, Cody Eustace failed to finish, and I'm just looking down to see who else we lost. And Owen Johns in 21st place. He failed to start. So commiserations to Cody Eustace and to Owen Johns. But a great result. That is a perfect day, and in what has been so far a pretty perfect season for Thomas Harvey, and he's just got to keep reeling them off. 2 rounds down for him, 2 rounds to go. There's Cody Eustace sort of wandering back over. He's going to tell his dad now, well, this is what broke Dad. Was it just a mechanical problem, or was it a lack of bolting apart on correctly problem? So 1 race to go. The next event up will be the DRS 125 Grand Final. That is due to start in about 4 minutes' time. Don't go away. 12 minutes of action coming up. Clay Pigeon next. So there is a look at the dummy grid as the DRS 125 drivers get themselves lined up. And it's going to be Patrick Lay on pole position with Dan Walden in P2. Matthew Pearce, Rissington race winner and championship leader, starts third alongside Tyrone Stansfield. Samuel Cunliffe and Sam Faulkner due to start 6th, and is Faulkner back out there? No, he saved his tyres. Yes, I think he is. He saved his tyres in the last race. So he is out there now on the outside of row number 3. Corey Lane and Elliot Stanley are next. Mark Lawrence and Tom Snape round out the top 10. Jack Rigg and Carl Watt are on row number 6. Zach Parkinson is on row 7, and Dave Burns due to start on the outside of row number 7 in 14th place. He didn't take part in the pre-final, and I'm not sure if he is out there for this race either, after taking a bit of a knock in the heat race at the start. So 13 drivers set to hit the circuit for this one. "12 minutes plus a lap." Now, we have either had great battles for victories or great battles for the remaining podium positions in both other classes so far. This is the last race of the day. What have the 125 drivers got in store for us here? Well, Patrick Lay is hoping that he'll have a nice boring race now, lads. Just let me carry on. I'll drive away. I'll get to about 3 seconds up the road, and then you can all start battling amongst yourselves. So the commentator's got something to get excited about. But if we could do that, and the other drivers are thinking, I doubt it. And of course, with Sam Faulkner there, he's starting 6th, but of course he didn't go out in the pre-final. His tyres are that much better off than everybody else's. Let's see if that will become a factor. Well, firstly, let's make sure that all the drivers get through the first couple of corners cleanly, that there's no incidents or accidents, and that we can all go and have a nice little go-kart race after that. And a big thank you to everybody in the paddock once again for wearing masks wherever you go. I know it has been hard, especially when the weather's so nice. I was trying to vape earlier on and got told off by the COVID officer for having my mask down while I was having an e-cig. So there have been plenty of people here to make sure that we abide by the rules, and I have to say a big thank you to everybody for abiding by the rules. So here we go then, for the final time today at Clay Pigeon Raceway. The karts are released onto the circuit. Two, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 of them, so no Dave Burns, sadly. Patrick Lay in kart 175. Dan Walden in kart number 6 will have top spot, have the front row of the grid. Then it's Ty Stansfield and Matthew Pearce on row 2 with Sam Faulkner on the outside of row 3. 2 rolling laps, 12 minutes plus 1 lap, final itself. So here we go. Out of the horseshoe, into turn number 6. Patrick Lay brings them now up to top bend. They're in their 2 lines. They'll come into the tram lines now on the start-finish straight. Engine notes rise. We're off and racing. Patrick Lay gets jumped at the start by Dan Walden. Walden squeezes Lay to the inside and Dan Walden takes the lead. From the outside of row number 1, Walden takes the lead, and that's somebody, Tom Snape, going over the grass. Zach Parkinson also going over the grass. And there's Sam Faulkner with the 4th place, the pole sitter. He's down to 3rd. Out the top bend, Dan Walden has the lead. Ty Stansfield, that's the best start we've seen Ty make all day. He is in the P2. Patrick Lay down to 3rd. Sam Faulkner there in 4th place. Behind Faulkner, it looks like it is the number 2 kart of Matthew Pearce, is that? Yes, it is. So Pearce is there in 5th. 6th is number 304 kart of Corey Elaine. Or is that, no, that's Carl Watt, sorry. No, sorry, it's Sam Cunliffe, sorry, in kart number 304. I do apologise, he's in 6th position. But Walden under pressure. Here comes Stansfield. Then it's Lay. Then it is Faulkner in 4th. Now, Patrick Lay under pressure from Sam Faulkner. But we don't want to get involved in too much of a battle because we've only got 10 minutes to go. Dan Walden will be trying to break away at every single opportunity. Behind Cunliffe, we've got Elliot Stanley in 7th, Mark Lawrence in 8th, Jack Rigg is 9th, Carl Watt 10th. And then the drivers that have had that problem at the start, Zach Parkinson, Tom Snape and Corey Elaine. That Corey Elaine off the back of the pack at the moment. There's a couple of karts that had that spin going through the S's on the opening lap. We've got a nice 4-kart lead group led by number 6, Dan Walden. Only 9th at Rissington. And there's Patrick Lay making a move. Oh, he dives at the inside. Kart sideways in the braking. Great kart control by Patrick Lay. He passes Ty Stansfield for P2. Sam Faulkner watching and waiting. Faulkner looks to the inside. No. Comes through top bend. The battling going on here. Don't forget Pearce in 5th and Cunliffe in 6th. They're not out of this one yet either. So Patrick Lay sets a new personal best lap for him. 35.771 as he tries to chase down Dan Walden. Walden, of course, got the drop on him at the start. And you can see Lay hunching down behind the wheel. And there's a move by Faulkner on the inside to Stansfield going through the hairpin. Stansfield standing firm, though. And Stansfield has the inside line for the run around the horseshoe bend. So Faulkner has to fall back into line. And look how much closer that has brought Pearce and Cunliffe into play. So still 6 drivers in the lead group at the moment. Stanley is 7th, Lawrence is 8th. Then it's Rigg, Watt, Parkinson, Snape and Elaine. So can Sam Faulkner do it again? Out of the Sturmey straight, onto the Sturmey straight we go. We look to the inside like he did on Stansfield a lap ago. No, Stansfield just a little bit too quick for him. And Stansfield is now going to sort of get his rhythm back and get off after these two leaders. What he's going to be hoping, Ty Stansfield, in third place, is that Lay and Whilton battle side by side through at least one corner, which will allow him the chance to catch up, use that momentum, and then maybe slipstream past them both if they get onto a straight. But of course, Sam Faulkner doesn't want to play that game. He's going to try and get his nose in front of Stansfield as well. But Lay right with the race leader. And look at Pierce and Cunliffe. 1.5 seconds separating the top 6 on this lap number 7. We've still got 8 minutes plus a lap to go. And over, well, just under half the field, 6 out of 13 cars have still got a chance at victory at the moment. On to another lap they go. Whilton, Lay, Stansfield. This is as close as Ty Stansfield being, but Patrick Lay's going to go for it. Oh, Lay loses it on the inside. Lay went for the move at the inside of Billy's, and then he realised he's not going to get the kart slowed down. He locked up a rear brake. He just caught that brake a fraction too hard and did a half spin. He gets going again, but Patrick Lay, the pole man, who won the pre-final in a dominant fashion, now finds himself out of contention, and Dan Whilton has suddenly got a 10 kart length lead. I'm looking down to see where Patrick Lay rejoined the race. We've got a 5 kart effectively battle. Patrick Lay, kicking himself, is down in 8th position. Well, 7 minutes to go. Patrick Lay at the moment is 5.518 seconds behind your race leader, Dan Whilton, in kart number 6. Whilton, well, Whilton can win this one if he can just keep Stansfield at bay. Patrick Lay, I'll be praying now that Faulkner and Stansfield and Pierce and Cunliffe can all catch Dan Whilton and draw him into a nice big battle, and then all slow each other down. Patrick Lay crosses in front of the commentary box now, just behind Elliot Stanley and Mark Lawrence. He's going to try and get past Lawrence as they come through this. So we've got the first 5 karts on your screen coming down the Sturmey Straight now. And then just coming on to the Sturmey Straight is 6th, 7th and 8th place. And that is Stanley in 6th, Lawrence in 7th and Lay in 8th. And there's a bit of a gap back to Jack Rigg in 9th, Carl Watt 10th, Parkins in 11th, Snape 12th and Elaine in 13th. Still, Whilton is able to hold on to a 3/4 of a second lead. Faulkner has finally got past Stansfield. Now, can those newer, fresher tyres, they're all, fresher tyres of Sam Faulkner, make any inroads into race leader Dan Whilton? Stansfield has got to try and hang with Faulkner now. Can't let him get away. Pierce clinging on to 4th. Cunliffe doing a great job in 5th position. Sam Cunliffe, he looks like comfortable sitting behind there. And then here's the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. Lay is up to 7th place now. It's number 279, Elliot Stanley in 6th position. Lawrence 6.4 seconds behind race leader Dan Whilton now. So Lay is losing time trying to get through this group of karts. He's passed the brake kart to Mark Lawrence. Then Jack Rigg is behind him. Carl Watt behind Rigg. And Parkinson is next along. Lay to the inside of Stanley. Takes over 6th position. Now Patrick Lay's got clean track in front of him. Head down, pushing on. He's got 5 minutes to make up 6.5 seconds to catch the leader. And of course, there's Faulkner, Stansfield, Pierce and Cunliffe between him, so it's not beyond the realms of possibility. Let's see if the leaders start slowing each other down, because Faulkner has caught down Whilton. Will we see Faulkner look to the inside into Billy's? Whilton's going to have to start defending, and if Whilton starts defending, then that's going to slow them all down, and that is the only chance that Patrick Lay's got of salvaging a potential podium. Here comes Faulkner to the inside of the hairpin, easy as you like. Sam Faulkner takes the lead. Can Dan Whilton fight straight back? Dan Whilton comes through turn 6 into top bend. Whilton has got to get a good run on this straight, stroke turn, stroke bend down towards Billy's blind and get at the inside of Sam Faulkner. He's looking, but Faulkner has enough of momentum on the outside line to hold him off. Stansfield is right there in 3rd place. Pierce has fallen away a little bit in 4th. Cunliffe has fallen back a little bit in 5th. Lay, while the gap to the leader is down to 5.7 seconds, so Lay is closing on the leader, but of course Sam Faulkner now is untroubled. Whilton has got to get back on terms with the number 1 plate kart. And if Whilton doesn't go now, he's never going to go. He needs to get in that slipstream, and it looks like Faulkner, inch perfect. Well, Faulkner said in his interview that we played earlier on today that seat time is all important. Nobody's had more seat time over the years than Sam Faulkner. Of course, not so much now, but, you know, he said it's quite easy to do well, but then it's very difficult to master. You know, this championship, this fixed gearing for each round. Same chassis, same engine, so Faulkner has got looking so calm and collected. Whilton, though, still in the second place is a great result. Patrick Lay only 5.4 seconds behind Faulkner. I tell you what, Patrick Lay, just under 3 minutes to go. Sam Cunliffe there in kart number 304 at the back of this group in 5th position. He can't ease up too much. He can't relax because Patrick Lay, well, the red mist has descended upon Patrick Lay after that mistake he made, and he is charging. Cunliffe checked over his shoulders to see where he is, and Patrick Lay, well, he's gained a full second on Sam Faulkner in the last 3 laps. Sam Faulkner being your leader and Patrick Lay being your 6th place kart. Number 4. And there is Patrick Lay coming onto your screens there. He comes out of the hairpin, so you've got the 6th kart of Whilton in 2nd, the 3 of Stansfield in 3rd, the number 2 of Matthew Pearce in 4th, then the 304 of Cunliffe in 5th, and there, just briefly, was Patrick Lay in kart 175, running in 6th position like an absolute freight train. Patrick Lay. Lawrence still runs 7th. New fastest lap for Patrick Lay, 35.250 seconds. So, well, it doesn't look as though anyone's going to hold the candle to Sam Faulkner. Faulkner can now just control the pace nicely at the front. Lawrence 7th, Stanley 8th, Rigg 9th, Watts 10th, Parkinson 11th, Snape 12th, and Elaine 13th. And you can say, oh, well, Patrick Lay can see the number 304 kart of Corey Elaine getting closer and closer and closer. The question is he going to run out of time? We're on lap number 19 now. We've got just over a minute plus 1 lap of racing to go. Through the hairpin, now into the horseshoe. The main battle looks like it's going to be between number 6 Dan Whilton and number 3 Ty Stansfield for 2nd place, because Sam Faulkner, well, he has been very, very fast on the track, extremely tactical off the track. He missed the pre-final, don't forget, did Sam Faulkner. He knew that he had done, the way the grid system works, that the final grid is not decided just on the results of the pre-final. It's decided on all the points you gain in qualifying, heat races and pre-finals. He'd had 2 decent results, and he didn't go out, so he effectively got 13th place points for the pre-final. We'll have to give him 6th place on the grid for the final, but his tyres had done 8 minutes plus a lap, or about 15 or 16 laps less work than everybody else's. He was able to tactically use that to his advantage, and of course there will be a school of thought that thinks, well, you know, that's not very sporting, is it? You want to come and do all the races. What if all the drivers decide to save their tyres to the final? There'd be not much racing going on. And there is that. But then there's other drivers saying, look, these are the rules. I read the rule book. This is how I'm going to use it to my advantage. I've got to try and win all the finals. As we start the last lap now, and look how much closer Patrick Lay has got to the rear of Sam Cunliffe. But I don't think it's going to be enough. There goes Lay, really absolutely hooning it through Billy's there. Cunliffe checks over his shoulder. Oh my word, look, where did you come from? Back end of the cart, hanging out by Patrick Lay. And into the horseshoe, but it's going to be Sam Faulkner who takes the win. Can Patrick Lay put a last gasp move on Cunliffe for 5th position? Oh my, well, if the race went half a lap longer, I think Cunliffe would have been in trouble. Faulkner takes the win. 2nd for Dan Whilton, 3rd for Ty Stansfield. Pearce comes home in 4th, Cunliffe in 5th. While Patrick Lay was 6.4 seconds behind Sam Faulkner. He gained 2 seconds on Sam Faulkner to finish 6th, but I mean, what a final half of the race for Patrick Lay. Just one mistake cost him. Behind Patrick Lay, Mark Lawrence. Mark Lawrence finishes a great 7th for Mark. Elliot Stanley comes home in 8th. 9th for Jack Rigg, 10th for Carl Watt, 11th for Zach Parkinson, Tom Snaith in 12th, Corey Elaine is 13th, but Sam Faulkner, on his seasonal debut, he takes the win as he tries to secure another championship victory. And of course, Matthew Pearce, the Rissington winner, only finishing in 4th place. But of course, the main story of that was Patrick Lay spinning down to what was, he spun briefly down to 9th position, and he was at one point 6.5 seconds behind the race leader. He came through to finish 6th. He was only 4.5 seconds behind the race leader then, and if another racer got another corner or two, he might have grabbed a top 5 away from Sam Cunliffe. That's Sam's best result since moving out of DRS 100. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the racing here at Clay Pigeon today. This has been the 2nd round of the 2020 Daniel Ricciardo Series, and on behalf of the organisers, a big, big thank you to the host club here at Clay Pigeon for all their officials in helping us to put on a safe event in the current climate, the marshalling staff on circuit, the marshals and medics, the most important people in all of racing. Don't forget, without the marshals, nobody can go karting. All the track officials, the DRS series on-track officials and behind-the-scenes officials, as well, the COVID officers for making this worthwhile. A big thank you to all the drivers and their families for supporting this championship and abiding by all the rules that we have to have in place to make sure that each race meeting goes safely. So, this has been an Alpha Live production of the Daniel Ricciardo Series. The next round is on the weekend of the 10th and 11th of October at Shenington. My name's Henry Baudet, and as they say in Landau, ciao for now.